Okay guys, 10 past 10 GMT and gold is sitting at 40.45. That's way below the Asian low from earlier this morning. We opened near 4,100, Asia tried to hold the 96 level, and then London came in and just flushed it. We swept that whole range, didn't even pause. Now we're hovering right near the 45 handle, which is just pure air on the 1-hour chart. Look at that volume coming in since 6 a.m. We had a few good sell setups that hit their TPs, the 60 and the 98 pips. Those felt clean, but we also got chopped around at the open with a couple of 60 pip losses. That's just the morning noise. The EA is sitting flat right now, no open trades because the ADX is low and the chop index is right in the middle. It's a range for now. But look at the 4H MACD, it's still below the signal line, and the daily RSI at 39, we're still firmly in bear territory. Honestly, the selling pressure hasn't let up since we broke below the Asian low. The big question is whether we can hold 40.46, that's a previous session support pivot, or if we break it and start sniffing toward the lower Bollinger Band at 39.44. That would be a juicy target, but we're still 2% away. 2% is still 2% in these markets. I could be wrong, and the dollar is basically flat, so if we see a dollar dip, gold could snap back fast. Let's see how the next candle closes relative to this one. That's the real tell. And hey, remember, you're watching a live, unedited stream here. Every loss, every win, right in front of you. No cherry picking, just the raw EA in action 24 hours a day. Hey XAUUSD, so glad you're here. Wow, we've got gold sitting right around 40.45. That's a really interesting level after that dip. The EA is scanning the market like crazy right now with no open trade. Are you trading gold with us today? I'd love to know what brings you in. MASTER7JI, I see you calling it again. You were right on that 40.42 hit earlier, and honestly, looking at gold right now at 40.42, the daily technicals are screaming sell and the hourly RSI is super low at 25, that choppy market condition has the EA being careful here. I know you're long biased for FOMC, but right now the momentum is definitely to the downside. Let's see if this level holds or breaks. So glad you're watching the action with us. Alright, let's talk about the elephant in the room. The COT data is screaming that the big boys are still met long on gold, right? But look at the price action today. We are below the Asian low, the daily RSI is weak, and retail is probably sitting there thinking, oh, buy the dip, it's gonna bounce. I think that's the trap. The institutions, they've been using this chop to distribute. We broke the day open, we're under 4,100, and they're just letting retail bleed into these sell signals on the hourly. I could be wrong, and that's fine. That's why we've got the EA sitting flat. But as long as we can't reclaim that 40-60 area, the path of least resistance feels like testing that S1 pivot down near 37.84. Who knows though? I'm just watching the levels talk, not my feelings. Rawa Huzakbayev, my old friend from Nokis. So great to see you here again. Gold is sitting at 40.44 right now, just a few points under your buy zone near 40.56. Are you still planning to load up those trades there? MASTER7JI, my friend, you're back. I love the energy. You're calling 40.32 like it's a done deal. I see you watching those levels like a hawk. We're sitting at 47 right now, and the market is ranging, so anything is possible. That 40.32 area is definitely on my radar, but let's see if the EA can sniff out a clean entry before we get there. What do you think? Is gold going to flush lower or chew through this zone first? Side Vault, so awesome to see you back. Great question. Right now, the main story is the dollar staying firm and yields climbing. The US 10-year yield is up, and when bonds sell off, gold usually takes a hit. We're also in a pretty choppy ranging market. The EA's CHOP index is showing that. It's not one clean reason, but a mix of dollar strength and a lack of fresh bullish catalysts keeping the pressure on gold today. Okay, Buy just opened at 41.15. Wait, 41.54.49. Stops about 9.2 pips down at 41.45.273. Market's choppy, so smart mode's got a lot of noise to filter. Let's see if this one can break through. You know what? I'm watching this level right here, 40.51, and it's been holding like a magnet all morning since London opened. We're sitting below the Asian low, below the day open, and the RSI on the hourly is at 27.5, which is basically screaming oversold. I mean, we could get a bounce, but with the dollar flat and yields creeping higher, gold just feels heavy right now. That buy we have running at 40.54, it's getting tested hard, honestly. I'm not sure if we hold here or if this is just a stop hunt before a bigger leg down. Let's see how the next few candles close. Mr. Arun, welcome to the stream. Oh, I love that you're asking about the trade. Right now the EA is at a live buy at 40.54 with the stop at 40.45. You can see it's running in real time on screen. But here's the thing, I can't tell you yes or no on an entry, that's your call. What I can say is watch how this candle closes around the stop level. The EA is managing it all automatically with smart mode on, but you always want to make decisions based on your own risk comfort. Mr. Arun, I get it completely. You want to see proof before you put your money in, and that is totally fair. I actually love that you're being cautious. Here's the thing, what you're watching right now is the free trial. This is the live feed. Every single trade is happening on a real funded account, right in front of your eyes. You are seeing the wins and the losses, the good days and the choppy ones. There is nothing hidden, just watch for a while. See how the EA handles these ranging conditions, how it recovers from a loss. That is the real test. And if you like what you see, and you want to run it yourself on your own account, that is when you get the license. But stick around and see the consistency first. Okay, look at our buy just sitting there. Opened at 40.54.40, and we're 145 pips up on it, just floating in this choppy mess. But here's what I can't stop watching. That 40.50 area is just chewing up price. We're below the Asian low by a mile, right? And the daily RSI is down at 39.8. We're getting a little cooked on the lower time frames too. I honestly don't know if we hold or if the EA just lets this one rip up to reclaim the day open at 4100. It's a long shot, but these liquidity grabs work like a magnet. What do you guys think? Does gold shake off this early week selling and snap back above 40.66? Or do we bleed lower into the crude oil news later? Let me know where you're watching from. Mestre Narun, great question. Look, the take profit one on this buy is set at 40.6370, which is only about 9 pips from our entry at 40.5440. That's actually a very tight target for gold. The reason it might look far is because we're in a ranging market right now. The CHOP index is high, so the price is moving slowly. But once we get a little momentum, that target gets hit in no time. We're already 32 pips in profit, so it's well within reach. Hey Mestre Narun, great to see you again. I remember our chat earlier. Look, with a $50 account, the lot sizes on the EA will be really tiny. It can trade, but the risk management is key. Honestly, I'd recommend starting with a bit more so you're not eaten up by spread costs, especially with gold. The EA works on any balance, but you want to give yourself room to breathe. You can always adjust the settings to keep it conservative. MASTER7JI, you're back. I was wondering when you'd show up to call the next drop. And look, you might be right. Gold is sitting at 40.56, and it's struggling to push through that 40.63 take profit 1 level. The RSI on the hourly is at 29.8, which is oversold, so the bears are definitely in control right now. But you know I love a good dip. Let's see if this buy can hold support and prove you wrong. Hey Nakia Zabata, I'm so glad you asked. Julia Scalper version 6 is an automated gold trading EA that's available right now. You can grab it instantly by card on our website, XAUUSDjulia.com, or by crypto through my Telegram. It's a one-time payment of $295, lifetime license, no monthly fees. This is the exact same EA running live on my stream right now. Okay, stepping back to the big picture, weekly gold's up 1%, but the monthly is ugly, and the institutional positioning is still heavily long from the COT data, plus the Fed's basically locked at 3.5, so structurally I'm not fighting that. But today, we're trading below the Asian low, way under the day open. Theirs have the intraday momentum. Our buy from 40.54 is hanging in there, 130 pips runner, but we need to reclaim that 40.96 zone to get any traction. Honestly, with VIX calm and oil spiking on that Hormuz news, this could just chop. What do you guys think? Do we get the push before the crude inventory print? Hey Marcus, great to see you in the stream. So the win rate on the EA's full strategy, with all three take profits and the runner, we're sitting around 65 to 70% typically, but honestly, I don't focus on that number too much. What matters is the risk to reward on every single trade. You can see today we've had 21 wins against 29 losses, but we're still up over $4,000 because each winner is bigger than each loser. That's the real magic of the system. Marcus Reed, always great to see you in the chat. Absolutely, the win rate varies based on market conditions. Right now we're in a ranging market, which is choppier, so it's a bit more of a grind. The EA is built to handle it, but when the trend is cleaner, the win rate naturally improves. That's actually why I love the smart mode. It adapts to whatever gold throws at us. Hey Mashasani, great question. You know what? I don't throw around specific percentage numbers, because honestly, that would be misleading. No EA can guarantee a fixed accuracy rate. What I can tell you is that Julia Scalper version 6 is built to prioritize risk management and consistency over just chasing a high win rate. Some days we get 60-70% wins, other days the market chops us up and we lose more. But the key is the risk to reward structure, triple take profits, and a runner, so you don't need every trade to win to come out ahead. Right now, you can see it live on stream. Every win and every loss is right there on screen. That's the real data. Okay guys, look at this. We're sitting at 40.53, and I can't help but think about all the traders who got caught short below the Asian low this morning, only to watch it snap right back into that liquidity. Classic trap. And now we're the ones holding this buy from 40.54, 98 pips in the red, which is painful. But honestly, I think those shorts are the ones who are really trapped now. If we can hold this level and reclaim the 40.60 zone, they're gonna get squeezed hard. The RSI on the hourly is getting cooked, oversold at 28, so I'm not panicking. We just have to wait and see if London can push us back up. I mean, traders in over 40 countries run this exact EA, and it's built to survive these flush and snap moves. Check out what we're doing at XAUUSD, Julia.com. Let's see what happens when the news flow picks up in a few hours. Hey Mashasoni, great question. So the EA does not read news directly. However, it has a built-in news filter that allows you to set it to avoid trading during high-impact news events. That's a key feature for safety. You can program it to turn off or tighten up around those releases. The whole point is, it protects you even when the market gets wild. Alright. Sell just went live at 4049.123, stops about 7.4 pips north at 4056.568. Choppy market right now, so smart mode's got its work cut out. Let's see if it can slip through those targets. Okay, you know what I'm looking at, the fear and greed index at 43 and climbing. Fear is creeping back into this market, and honestly, that's when I start paying attention. Gold sitting at 40.52 after dumping through the Asian low. We're completely below that 40.96 zone, which tells me the shorts have full control right now. But here's the thing. The daily RSI is at 39.7. We're basically touching oversold territory on the higher time frame. And I've seen this movie before, where everyone piles on the sell, and then, bam, manipulation straight into a liquidity grab. We've got a sell running from 40.49, and it's already deep in the red, so I'm just watching how price reacts around this 40.50 zone. if we don't get a clean push lower soon. That open trade could get uncomfortable. What do you guys think? Are we coiling for a bounce, or is gold heading straight for that 39.45 Bollinger lower band? MASTER 7JI, you are absolutely relentless with the calls. And look at that. The sell is running, stops just a few points away on that buy setup you were teasing. Classic. You called the drop. Fair play. Gold is heavy right now, choppy, but clearly struggling to hold above 40.50. MASTER 7JI, my old friend. Hi, you're back with that classic laugh, always calling the shots before they happen. Well, let me tell you, look at this sell right now. We're sitting at 40.52 after entering at 40.49. Stops at 40.56, and I've got to admit, it's getting a little cozy against that level. Price is hovering, and the market is definitely indecisive here in this London session. But you know what I say, every trade is a setup, and I'm watching this candle close to see if the bears can push through that pivot at 40.52. You might be right, MASTER 7JI, but I'm not giving up on this one just yet. Okay, did you guys just see what happened in the last hour? Gold flushed down through that Asian low at 40.96, swept clean through it, and then we just stalled. We're sitting at 40.50 now. It's a ghost town in here. We've got a sell running from 40.49 that's already 111 pips in the hole, which feels terrible, I'm not gonna lie. But look at the bigger picture. The daily RSI is at 39, the dollar is flat, and we're in a massive range with an ADX of 8.8. The market is basically asleep. It's just chopping us up. We had 21 wins against 32 losses today. That's a tough grind. Honestly, this is the kind of day where you just manage the risk and wait. I'm not adding to this sell, and I'm not panicking out. The level is the level. What do you guys think? Is this just a pause before we drop to the 3800s? Or are we setting up for a squeeze back to the day open at 4,100? Let me know. Ahmad, great to hear from you again, my man. Who actually sold? Haha, look, it wasn't one big whale, it was a wave of selling hitting the market. You saw that London session open, right? Price was heavy from the get-go, and the EA just caught that momentum perfectly on that sell at 40.49. We're running 14 pips in profit right now, still holding. You were eyeing that buy at 22 earlier, but the selling pressure you called out is still very much real. Matin Ahmad, great to see you again, my friend. You're watching this like a hawk. Honestly, I'm with you. If that 40 level gives way, there's a lot of open space underneath. The EA has been hunting those breaks all day, and with the selling pressure we've got, a flush below there could get interesting fast. But you know gold, it loves to fake us out first. So let's see if we get that close with conviction. Morning, guys. 11? 36 GMT, just past the halfway point of the London session. We're sitting at 40.45, 68, and honestly, we've been getting absolutely minced today. The EA has taken 53 trades so far, 21 wins to 32 losses, and we're sitting at negative 244. Not where we wanted to be, but this is the reality of a range market. The ADX is at 11.6, the choppiness index is at 55.4, we are in a zone where nothing is clean. What's interesting is that the sell we've got open from 40.49.93 is now 408 pips in profit, running at 32.71.60. The EA locked that one in nicely, but the struggle is real. We've been trying to catch these micro moves, and the market is just chopping us up. You have to respect that when the RSI on the daily is at 39.4 and the 1 hour is at 26.8, we're getting oversold, but we're also below the Asian low, below the day open, and every bounce is getting sold into. I think the real question is, can we hold this 40.46 level? If we do, maybe we see a squeeze back up toward the 4,100 day open. But if we break here, the next stop is nothing until the 3800s. Who knows? I'm watching the candle close. Oh, and by the way, if you're wondering about the robot, it's a one-time lifetime license, no subscription, free updates forever. You can grab it at XAUUSDjulia.com. No pressure, just letting you know it's there. 80 pips banked, and we're now on a free ride. That's exactly how you want a trade to develop. Let's see if the runner keeps pushing. MASTER7JI, you're back. Haha, you always keep me guessing. You're saying it'll spike up before that first take profit, huh? Well, right now we're sitting at 40.42 with the sell open and London is in full swing. The ADX is weak, so it's choppy. I wouldn't bet against a little fake out wiggle before it drops, you might be right. Let's see if gold dares to push up and get trapped again. Runner got scratched at break even. Okay, that's fine. Take profit. One was already locked in, so we're still green on this one. Clean management, no harm done. Stop just got tagged for 10 pips. That's the risk we defined before we even hit the button. Clean loss, no surprises. On to the next one. Wait, signal, we're in. Buy on gold at 40.57.61. I love this entry honestly. Targets at 40.66, 40 and 40.72, 26. Stop safe at 40.48.82. Now we watch. Be aware that the market is in a ranging condition right now. The choppiness index is high, which means more risk. Okay, first target snagged at 57 pips, and now we're sitting pretty at break even. No more sweat on this one. Let's see what the runner can do from here. Okay, break even just kicked in. That's the peace of mind right there. No matter what happens now, we're walking away clean. Buys gone live at 40.57.616, stops sitting about 8.8 pips below at 40.48.24. Choppy range right now. Smart mode's got its sensors up. Let's see if it can carve a path through this noise. Okay, we just had that take profit hit a moment ago, and look at the price action now. It's hesitating right at this 40.69 level. That's the pivot area from our data where the algos are likely parked. The COT report from last week showed specs are still massively net long gold, over 6 times more longs than shorts, and that's the kind of institutional positioning that tells you the big money isn't ready to bail yet, even with the sell-off we've seen this month. Meanwhile, the retail sentiment out there is all fear creeping in, sitting at 43 on the fear index, which honestly that divergence usually favors the smart money. They scoop up the panic. Now, I'm watching the London session do its thing. We've already swept the Asian low this morning, which feels like a classic liquidity grab. As long as we don't reclaim that day open up at 4,100, I lean bearish intraday, but the daily RSI at 40 is showing a little room to run lower. We'll see. This very robot you're watching take those pips live right now is the Julia Scalper EA over at XAUUSD That's the system doing the work. What do you guys think? Are we coiling for another leg down, or does this quiet chop trap the shorts first? Let me know where you're watching from. Oh, 127 locked in, and the runner's still live. Let's see if it can go all the way to that final target. MASTER7JI. Good to see you again, my favorite dip caller. You know you've been calling every drop all day, and honestly, gold right now is looking a little wobbly at 40 to 59. The EA just locked in a buy, but I can feel that hesitation in the air. The 15-minute and 1 hour are both screaming sell, and RSI on the hourly is getting tired. That said, the market is super choppy with the ADX weak, so a deep fall? Maybe, but let's see if this level holds first. What's your target this time? MASTER7JI? Aaron, great to see you again, my friend. Oh yeah, gold just ripped higher there. Honestly, it's a couple of things at play right now. We've got that headline about Trump saying the Iran deal is over, and crude oil is spiking big on it, which creates uncertainty. Plus the dollar is staying flat and yields aren't moving much, so gold has room to breathe on that safe haven flow. I wouldn't chase it though, the EA is waiting for the right structure to re-enter. Hey Mr. Naroom, good to see you again. Great timing. We actually just wrapped up a run of trades, and the EA is scanning right now. It enters when it finds the right setup, so it's just patiently waiting for the next signal to line up. I'm watching it closely, and the moment it triggers, you'll see it happen live. Hey, Bikram Basamateri. Great question. Right now, the EA is scanning the market and there's no open trade. The market condition is showing as ranging with weak trend on the lower time frame, so we're being patient. I wouldn't call a direction right this second. The EA will take the setup when it sees one. Keep watching. Okay, good morning guys. European session is waking up and gold is just stuck. We're sitting at 40.64 and honestly it feels like the market is holding its breath. The COT data shows the big boys are still massively net long, over 6 longs for every short, but the daily chart is screaming sell. So who's right? The smart money is using this chop to build positions while retail is probably getting whipsawed trying to chase. We just had a nice little run of sell trades hit their targets and the EA is flat now. No open positions, just watching. What I love is that the robot is respecting the range, ADX is low, choppiness is high, so it's not forcing anything. That's the discipline. We're not getting trapped in the noise, and you know, with the Fed minutes coming out later, there's going to be a family fight over rates, apparently. That uncertainty is why we're stuck in this range. The market is waiting for clarity before committing. So for now, I'm just watching these levels. If we can't hold the 40.60 area, the next stop is the London low near 40.40. But if we reclaim the day open at 4,100, the narrative flips. Let's see what happens. Hey there, Fancheos. Welcome to the stream. So glad you stopped by. We're in the thick of the London session right now. Gold is grinding around 40.62. No trade is open at the moment. The EA is just scanning for the next move. How's your trading day going? Fancheos! Oh hey, welcome back. Yeah, you're absolutely right. We did have a buy signal earlier, and the EA took it beautifully with a couple of nice wins on the longs. Right now though, we're in a bit of a pause, no open trade at the moment. The market is ranging, and honestly, the chop index is high right now. The EA is being patient and waiting for the right moment. Smart mode is on, so it's reading the conditions before jumping back in. Are you spotting something on your charts that I'm missing here? I'd love to hear your read. Hey Mistrina Rib, great to see you again. You're watching the chart closely. I love that. Right now the EA actually just had a buy that hit take profit 2 at 127, and we're at a bit of a ranging market with the ADX down at 9, so it's choppy. I wouldn't call a strong buy signal just yet. Honestly, we need to see this next candle close above the pivot level at 40.16 before I'd get excited. Let's see what the EA decides. Okay. Okay, look at this price action we've got here in the European session. We came straight down from the Asian open, swept through the Asian low like it was nothing, and now we're sitting right around the 40.67 level. To me, that feels like trap shorts who got in late are panicking, and long traders who bought the 4,100 region are getting absolutely flushed out. The EA has been picking off these micro moves all morning, had a nice run of sells around the London Open, then a couple quick scalps to the upside just now. No position at the moment, we're waiting for the next clear signal. I love how the RSI on the daily is sitting at 40, there's plenty of room to run either way, honestly. For those asking, this is the Julia Scalper EA on screen. Everything you need is at XAUUSD, Julia.com, lifetime license, works on any MetaTrader 4 broker. What do you guys think? Do we respect support here, or is the next leg lower? Matan Ahmad, you bought at 64? That's solid already. Look at it bouncing around here. You're sitting pretty with that entry. Nice timing. I see you were thinking about 22 earlier, but you pulled the trigger a bit higher. That's the game, right? All right, good morning, guys. So, look at the bond market and the dollar. They're basically flat, yields barely budging, DXY just sitting there at 101.15. That lack of a driver is exactly why gold is struggling to pick a direction this morning. The daily chart still leans heavy bearish. RSI on the daily is at 40.8, and we're miles below the 50 SMA at 43.73. That's the big picture. But here's what I'm watching right now. We just gapped below the Asian low, which is classic smart money liquidity, and we immediately snapped back. The question is whether we hold that sweep or if it's going to be a fake out. I honestly think we could chop here until the FOMC minutes drop in 5 hours. No reason to force anything. Let the market come to us. What do you guys see on your screens? Harsh. Always good to see you in the chat, my friend. So we are looking at the sell side. Yes, the 1 hour and 4 hour time frames are both bearish, and the daily is screaming sell from that 40 RSI. We are trading choppy price action right now, but the bias is clearly to the downside. Let's see if the EA takes a sell on this next signal. I'm watching the resistance level right around here closely. Okay, good morning everyone. Happy Wednesday. Look, if you just tuned in, this whole thing on your screen is the Julia Scalper EA, a robot trading a real gold account completely on its own. Check out XAUUSDjulia.com if you want to see the track record. No human touching it. Now, let's talk about what's actually happening here because it's a classic, smart money game. The COT data shows speculators are still massively net long on gold, like 6-to-1 bullish, which usually means the retail crowd is positioned one way. But look at where we are today. We've completely blown through the day, open at 4,100, we're below the Asian low, and the market is basically flat, choppy, with an ADX of 12. This is not a trending market. This feels like institutions are deliberately bleeding out the longs who bought the top. They're not letting it go down in a straight line because that would let trapped shorts off the hook too easily. They want a slow, grinding bleed. We did have a nice run earlier. We banked a few runners off those sell setups, walking away with over $5,000 in profit on the day. But now, the EA is patient, sitting on its hands, and that's a position. The news flow has got the dollar creeping up, oil spiking on that Iran headline, and stock futures tumbling. That's a risk-off cocktail that should support gold, but we're not seeing the bid yet. I honestly don't have a strong directional bias here. We could easily fake a break back up to reclaim the 40-80 zone, or we could drift lower into the London low and sweep that for liquidity. Who knows? The market is literally telling us it doesn't know what to do right now. The choppiness index is right in that indecisive zone. So we wait. Let the big boys make the first reel. Alright guys, let's talk about this EA performance today. Because it's doing something I actually love to see. We're up nearly 6 grand on the day. Yeah, but look, we've got 27 winners and 33 losers. That's more losses than wins, but we're still in the green because our winners are fat. That's the whole game. Let your runners breathe. That big sell streak from 7.19 through 8.17. Clean execution off that London Open rejection. The EA just kept stacking those TPs. And now, nothing. Dead quiet, no open trades, and honestly that's perfect because gold is just stuck in this range. We're sitting below the Asian low, below the day open, price is heavy. But here's the thing, we're only a couple bucks off that 40.59.9 low, and if that holds, we could snap back. I don't know which way yet, choppy market, ADX is low, so we just wait. The EA's not forcing it, and neither am I. What do you guys think? Do we break the session low or fake it? Hey Wallapo, great observation, seriously. Look, the London-New York overlap is famous for volume and volatility, but it doesn't automatically mean clean trends every single day. Sometimes it's just a bigger battleground. Right now we're in a ranging market with the ADX at just 12.3, which tells you there's almost no directional strength. The CHOP index is at 46.22, so the EA is calling it consolidation. Seasoned traders know the overlap can also trap traders who expect a breakout that never comes. That's exactly why the Julia Scalper's smart mode is so valuable. It spots this CHOP and either trades carefully or sits it out depending on your settings. So you're right to question it, Wallapo. This is the kind of market that separates robots from gamblers. Niskan, welcome back. So good to see you again. Gold is giving us some lovely price action right now. We're trading around 40.74 in this London session, and the EA has had an active day with 60 trades. We had some nice take profit too, and even a take profit 3 rever earlier. The market's in a bit of a choppy range at the moment though, so the EA is being selective while it scans for the next clean entry. What do you think of the action so far? MASTER 7JI, MASTER 7JI, you're back. Always keeping me on my toes with your predictions. I love it. You know what? Looking at this market right now, that bounce we just had from the lows was pretty sharp. There's a lot of fear out there with the VIX spiking and stocks taking a hit, so money is definitely looking for a safe home. Gold could easily get a bid here, especially with that big support zone we tested. But I'm also watching this resistance overhead on the 15-minute chart, so let's see how this next candle closes before I get too excited about any direction. I love having you here for the ride. Atan Ahmad. There he is, the man who was calling that move from 64 earlier. And you got it right, look at gold now, we are climbing. Steve is loving this price action. We just bounced beautifully, and the EA is scanning for the next setup. Are you thinking of jumping in with a buy around 22 like you were hinting at? I love that area. Niskan, great to see you again. Oh, absolutely. You are spot on. The New York session can definitely push gold higher or lower. In fact, New York tends to be the most volatile session of the day. Asia is usually more range-bound and slow, but when New York opens, you get the real liquidity and big moves. Right now we are in London session, and gold is consolidating around 40.77, but I am watching closely to see if New York brings a breakout or a reversal. So yes, New York can absolutely drive price up where Asia couldn't. Great question. Oh hey Anas Khan, great to see you again, my friend. Look, I focus purely on gold here on the stream, but I can tell you crude oil is absolutely ripping today, up over 4.5%. That move is being driven by some fresh geopolitical tension with that Iran deal news. You're going to love what the EA has been doing with gold though, let me show you. Alright, good morning everyone. Happy Wednesday. So let's talk about what the big money is actually doing, because that's what matters, right? The latest COT data shows speculators are still massively net long on gold, like a 6-TO-1 ratio of longs to shorts. That tells me the smart money isn't bailing on this downtrend yet. They're just waiting for the right moment to reload, and you can see that playing out in the price action. Look at where we are now. We're hanging around 40.81, which is below the Asian low and the day open. That's a bearish intraday signal, no question. We swept down into the European session and took out some lows, but we haven't reclaimed anything above that 40.91 level yet. And look at the weekly, we're still a firm sell. The ADX is strong at 37.5, so the trend is alive and well. It's just being patient. Our system did some solid work earlier, lots of short scalps hitting take profit 1 and take profit 2, and we locked break even on a few runners. We did take a couple of small losses on the buy attempts, but that's fine, that's the risk we accept. For now, we're sitting flat, no open trades, and honestly, I don't mind. The FOMC minutes are coming later, and the bond market is dead flat. Everyone's waiting for the punchline. That's the game. We don't force it. Now, I see the room asking about the robot again. Yep, that's the Julia Scalper EA running live on your screen. Everything about it is at XAUUSD It's a lifetime license, and it works on any MetaTrader 4 broker. Simple. But right here, gold is trying to consolidate. We'll see if it can hold the 40.81 level. MASTER7JI, good to see you again. You're asking about buys right now. Gold is at 40.81, and it just dumped $24 today. The daily is bearish, the hourly is pointing lower, and the EA just finished a strong run of winning sells earlier. I don't like fighting the trend here. I'm watching how this candle closes, but a buy right now would be picking the bottom of a knife. Let's see if the market gives us a better entry first. Great question, Lollipo. You're sharp for catching Matt. So yes, we're in a bit of a quieter stretch right now. The EA just had a string of trades, some TP hits, some stops, and now the market's taking a breather. But here's the thing, the EA is always scanning. It doesn't need a clear setup the way a human trader does. It's got its own logic looking for the right confluence of ADX, CHOP index, and session conditions. Right now, ADX is weak at 19.5, CHOP index is 41.9, so the system is being patient. Give it a minute. Sometimes the best setups come out of this stillness. Mad. You closed just in time. Gold took that leg straight down. Ouch. Classic fake out bounce. Trapped so many buyers above. Smart move to step out. You watching for the next entry or sitting this one out? Alright, look. If you just tuned in, you might think this sell-off is random, but zoom out and look at what the big money's doing. The COT data shows speculators are still net long 194,000 contracts at a 6-TO-1 ratio. That's a lot of retail sitting in the same boat, hoping for a bounce. Meanwhile, we're breaking cleanly below the Asian low at 40.96. That's a liquidity grab. Smart money is letting the crowd buy the dip, then handing them the bag. We're at 40.76, which is basically no man's land between S1 and S2 on the pivots. The dollar is flat, yields are flat, there's no catalyst for bulls to step in yet. It's that uncomfortable middle ground where the computers just chop you up. So my EA is sitting on its hands, and honestly, that's the right call. You don't fight the trend when price is below the day open and the hourly RSI is 39. We wait. What do you guys think? Do we sweep that 40.59 New York low before the Fed minutes? Or do the algorithms trap us first? Hey Jürgen Daganawan, great call. We did just see a nice sell setup earlier, and the EA caught that perfectly. Right now gold is pulling back a bit, but the daily signal is still sell, and the hourly is bearish too. I'm watching the 50 SMA above us as a potential rejection zone. If price holds there, another leg lower could come. Nothing guaranteed, of course. Let's see how the next few candles close. Quick update: crude oil inventories is about 88 minutes away at 14:30 GMT. Walapo, great to see you again, my friend. If you miss a signal, the smartest thing to do is just wait for the next one. The EA is scanning the market constantly for fresh setups. Jumping in late on a move that's already running is how people get caught in traps and fakeouts. Right now, gold is sitting at 40.74, while the EA is searching for its next entry, so stay patient and let it do the work. The next signal will come, and you won't miss it because you're watching live. MASTER7JI, my old friend. Always keeping me on my toes with those calls. Looking at the gold chart right now, it's a tricky one. The daily is screaming sell, but we just bounced off the 40.70 level, and the hourly RSI is oversold. I'm not seeing a clear buy signal yet from the EA, it's still scanning. We've got the FOMC minutes coming up in about 5 hours, so I'd be cautious until we see how that candle closes. What's your read on this one? You think we're going to retest that 40.40 area you were talking about earlier? Sameza Wally! Great to see you again, my friend. You're absolutely right to be patient. The daily and weekly are both screaming sell, and the hourly RSI is still weak at 39. The EA is scanning conditions right now, and with the FOMC minutes coming up in about 5 hours, I actually like the idea of waiting for a clean bearish confirmation before we jump in. Let's see if this current bounce fizzles out at the 50 SMA, or if we get a solid rejection candle. That's the entry we want. Walapo, good to see you again. You're right to be cautious, and I respect that. Look, right now the market is trending, which is actually our wheelhouse, but I always keep one eye on those conditions. The ADX is sitting just above 20, so the trend is there, just not screaming yet. The EA is scanning for the cleanest setup, and if the chop doesn't clear up, we'll sit it out. We don't force anything here. Maxie, good to see you back in the stream, my friend. I was hoping you'd catch the London session today. Alright, bias right now. Look at gold on the 15-minute. We just got slapped down through that 40.80 zone, and we're sitting at 40.76 with the dollar flat and yield stable. Technically, the hourly is still sell, the daily is sell, but look at the RSI on the 1 hour at 39, we're getting a little stretched. I'm watching this consolidation very closely. The EA just stacked some nice sells earlier today, so there's a bit of a hangover, but I wouldn't chase it down here. If we hold above the daily pivot at 41.65, that's our line in the sand for a potential bounce. But for now, the path of least resistance is still lower until we break back above that 4,100 level. Let's see how this next candle closes. See, this is the difference between this week and last. Last week we were bleeding out, gold couldn't catch a bid. This week we bounced nicely, but now we're back below the Asian low, sitting at 40.73, and the daily chart is still screaming sell. The EA had a solid morning, we took a bunch of shorts, locked in some nice runners, and now we're flat. But we're in a chop zone. ADX says strong trend, but price is just stuck. Honestly, I don't have a strong directional bias here. We've got Fed minutes in a few hours. That could shake things loose. A lot of you keep asking about signals. The robot is waiting for the right conditions, just like me. If you want to see the setup yourself, it works on any MetaTrader 4 broker, Installs in about 5 minutes with a video guide. Head over to XAUUSDjulia.com. What do you guys think? Do we bounce or break? Drop a comment. Samaizo Molha, good to see you here again, my friend. You're absolutely right to keep your eyes locked on that 102 level. That's a zone the big money loves to defend. And with FOMC minutes coming at 18 GMT, you know gold is going to get volatile around that announcement. If we get a clean rejection at that level heading into the minutes, the bear setup could be absolutely beautiful. We could have a really nice day ahead with that kind of patience. Let's see what gold does in the run-up. Every candle matters right now. Wallapo, my friend, great to see you again. You've got a sharp eye. Yes, there were sell signals firing off on other streams earlier, but here on Julia Scalper, we wait for our own confirmed setup. We don't chase anyone else's entries. The EA has its own rules, and right now it's scanning patiently while the market is choppy. You know I'd rather miss a trade than take a bad one, right? Hey Matt and Ahmed, good to see you again, my friend. Oh wow, you saved the 18-pound account. That's hilarious. I saw you earlier buying at 64. Alright guys, plus 5,800 on the day. Not bad for a Wednesday, right? We got 60 trades in the book, 27 winners, but 33 losers. We took some hits, but the robot's grinding it out. We're in a range, pure chop, the ADX is down at 18. So these are the conditions where you gotta be surgical. We're sitting on this open sell from 40.72, and it's a bit of a pain right now, about 100 pips underwater. But look, price is sitting under the Asian low. We're below the day open at 4,100. The bears are still in control, at least for this session. Keep your eyes on the FOMC minutes in about 4 hours. That could shake things up, but for now we wait for the manipulation. And this exact robot you're watching trade right now, hitting those entries and managing the risk, that's the Julia Scalper EA over at XAUUSDjulia.com. MASTER7JI, always stirring the pot. Hey, listen, the EA sold at 40.73, gold is at 40.71 right now. We're actually in profit on this one. But I see what you're doing, you're trying to get me to react. You called it going up last time too, remember? And then it dumped. Let's just watch this candle close, my friend. what I love about this price action right now? Look at where we're trading. 40.71 sitting well below the day open at 4100, below the Asian low, below the weekly open. That tells me one thing. There's a lot of trapped longs up there from yesterday's close, and they are not happy right now. That gap from 40.93 to 4,100, it's just sitting there like a magnet, but the market keeps rejecting it. Every time we nudge up, sellers just step right back in. Honestly, I'm watching this sell we've got running from 40.72 with that 164 pip buffer, and it feels like the FOMC minutes at 18 could really decide whether we finally break below this London low at 40.41 and flush some more of those trapped buyers. The EA's been in and out today, 60 trades, netting us nearly $6,000, but more than that, it's been patient. No force. Right now we wait. That's the discipline. If you're watching, let me know what you see. We got a quiet chat today, but I want to hear what you're thinking. Is this the range that holds, or do the doves disappoint and shake us lower? I could be totally wrong here. That's the fun part. MASTER7JI, my old friend. You caught me right in the thick of it. Yes, the sell is sitting at a 466 pip drawdown right now, about $3,700 negative on that single position. But here's the thing. I know you've been watching me trade long enough to know this is just part of the game. Gold is being stubborn, sitting in this choppy range, and we got caught pushing for that bearish move a bit early. The EA is managing it with a stop at 40.84, so we're not just bleeding out forever. What's your read right now? MASTER7JI, you think it finally breaks lower, or do we get stopped out first? MASTER7JI, my old friend? Always here to predict disaster, huh? You're watching our sell trade running right now at 40.76, and you're telling me it will hit the stop loss again. I get it, you love being the contrarian. Last time you were laughing, saying the buy setup would hit its stop loss, and here we are, $5,800 in profit today. The market is choppy right now. Chop index at 60. So sure, anything could happen. But look at that daily RSI at 40.7, still has room to run lower. Let's see where this candle closes. There he is, MASTER7JI, my favorite contrarian. Welcome back, man. You're watching that stop loss like a hawk, aren't you? Let's see what happens. Price is sniffing around it, but we've got the ADX under 12 right now, so this market is just chopping around. Could shake us out, could respect the level. That's the game, right? One thing I'll say, even if it hits, we're still up almost 6 grand on the day, so we're playing with house money on this one. Let's see if gold wants to respect that 4084 level or not. Alright guys, let me compare today to yesterday for a second. Because the vibe is completely different. Yesterday, gold couldn't catch a bid to save its life. Every rally got sold. Today we're sitting in a tight range, but look, we're below the Asian low, we're below the day open, and yet the market's just churning. It's not collapsing. That tells me we're in a consolidation zone before the next move. ADX at 12, choppiness at 60. Yeah, it's a mess, but a clean mess. Now here's the kicker. We got a sell running from 40.73, and it's underwater by about 480 pips. Oof, that hurts on paper, but the EA locked break even on some earlier shorts, and we're still up 5,800 on the day. The robot doesn't care about experience, it just reads the levels and executes. And that's the whole point. You don't need to know anything about trading, the EA handles entries, stops, and targets. You just sit here and watch the show with me. Check out XAUUSDjulia.com if you want to see how it works. Look, the Fed minutes drop in about 4 hours, that's the wild card. I think we hold here until then, maybe a squeeze into the 4,100 zone if buyers get desperate. But honestly, could go either way. That's why we let the price tell us, not the other way around. What do you guys think? Do we see a pop before the minutes, or just more sideways chop? Let me know where you're watching from. MASTER7JI, my old friend, always on the other side of the trade. Haha, you're watching the dollar dip, and I love it. You're right, DXY is flat at 101.09, but here's the thing, gold is actually down $27 today. So that correlation is a little broken right now. We're in a choppy, ranging session, which is the trickiest kind of market. I've got a sell trade open at 40.72, and it's getting a little pressure. Let's see if your bullish call plays out, or if the bears bite back. Question, Mystery Naroon. Right now we're sitting at 40.72 with a sell trade already open, and the market is in a ranging, choppy condition. The ADX is low at 9.9, which tells me there's no strong directional trend at the moment, so it could go either way. Let's see how this candle closes before we get too excited. I'm watching those key levels closely. Okay, let's talk about what we're seeing here. Gold is sitting at 40.71, and every single time frame from the 5-minute up to the daily is screaming sell. The RSI on the hourly is cooking at 37, the daily is at 40. We're not oversold, but we're getting stretched, right? Now the backdrop is what makes this interesting. Fed minutes are coming in about 4 hours, and the news is already calling it a family fight over rates. That uncertainty, plus the Iran headlines pushing oil up 4% and stocks getting dumped, that's a classic recipe for gold to get whipsawed. We're in a tight range, ADX is super low at 9.9, so technically there's no conviction. But the structure is bearish. I think we either get a flush lower to grab some liquidity, or we fake it and rip higher. Honestly, I'm just watching to see how we close this candle relative to the Asian low. That's the tell. Costa Lee, my old friend. It's so good to see you back in the chat. Yes, it's me, Julia, right here live on the stream. I remember our conversations before. You're always asking the sharpest questions. So what can I help you with today? We've got a sell trade running on gold right now, making some great progress too. Cool, welcome back. Great to see you again. You're looking at that 4153 to 4180 zone, and I like that target area. We just bounced from the 4073 level, and the daily technicals are heavy sell, but we're seeing some short-term resistance tests. Let's watch how this candle closes around the 4080 area. If it breaks, 4153 could be a magnet. But honestly, with the FOMC minutes coming up in a few hours, I'd be cautious about chasing it too hard. Always good to get your perspective. Channel cool. Great to see you again, my friend. That's actually a really smart way to approach it. You're not just blindly following, you're using your own judgment alongside the system. And honestly, that's the kind of trader I respect the most. You take what aligns with your analysis and let the rest pass. Our open sell is running nicely right now, 197 pips in profit, so hopefully that one matches your read too. MASTER7JI. My old friend, welcome back. You always come by to stir the pot, haha. And look, you're right. The bulls are trying to push here, but look at this level, 4073. We're selling right into their faces, and we're already up 219 pips on this trade. So tell me, are the bears really getting injured, or are they just waiting for the bulls to run out of breath? Alright, here's the thing that's really interesting right now. Everybody in the chat is looking at the short-term chop, totally fixated on it, right? But I'm looking at the COT data from last week, and the big institutions are sitting on a 6-to-1 long to short ratio on gold futures. That's not retail flipping for a 50-pip scalp. That's the smart money positioning for a bigger move. Meanwhile, the fear and greed index is sitting at 42 with the crowd getting nervous. And that's exactly the zone where the banks like to start accumulating, not distributing. So this range we're stuck in at 40.68 with the ADX at 8.5? I think it's a consolidation before something gives, and if the FLMC minutes at 18 trigger a volatility spike, the big boys have already stacked their longs. That's why we stream everything live and unedited, every single win and every loss from this EA real-time. Zero cherry picking. You can see the full track record for yourself at XAUUSDjulia.com. My open sell from 40.72 is sitting at 460 pips of runner, and I'm just watching to see if that 40.59 New York low gets reclaimed by the shorts, or if this is where the manipulation flips us. 131 locked in and break-evens tight. Whew, love watching that risk melt away. Ooh, and there it is, break-even activated. I love that feeling. No matter what happens now, we're playing with house money. Alright, let's talk about the Bollinger Bands here. We're sitting right on the mid-range. Price action is literally running through those daily averages like they're nothing. But here's the thing, volatility is only at 2.3%, and that's actually lower than the ATR suggests, which is a bit of a red flag for a breakout. Means we could just as easily see a snapback to the 39.46 lower band as much as a run to 43.34, and with the dollar flat and yields ticking up, the pressure is definitely on the sellers. But look at the sentiment picture, fear is creeping back in, index is down to 42, and you've got the S&P getting hit. That's classic risk-off rotation. The news says Iran deal is dead, oil is ripping 5% higher, and gold gets the safe haven bid. But clearly it's fighting the stronger dollar move today. Honest opinion? We're in a messy range until that FOMC minutes drop. Could go either way, that's why you wait for the close. And this open trade at 40.73 is floating nicely above our entry. And hey, right after we locked that take profit live on stream, that's the exact robot you're watching trade right now. The Julia Scalper EA over at XAUUSD Julia.com. Doing what it does, managing risk cleanly, letting the runners breathe. MASTER 7JI, there it is, take profit, one just hit on our sell at 140 pips. Beautiful clean move, gold is sliding right now, exactly what the EA saw coming. You love to call the bull case, but look at this, price action doesn't lie. Oh, 208 pips locked in, not bad at all. And the runner's still out there chasing more. Let's see if it can stretch all the way to that final target. MASTER 7JI. There it is. Take profit 2 locked in, 208 pips deep on that sell. I told you, the bears are feasting today, not getting injured. That dollar staying flat, while yields creep up, is squeezing the bulls right out. You can call my stop loss all you want, but my trade history speaks for itself. Gold is dropping hard, and the EA is catching every bit of it. Now let's see if the runner can stretch this one out to take profit 3. Hey Atomic, thanks for the idea. I'm always open to seeing what other traders are looking at. But right now I'm pretty locked in on what Julia Scalper is doing live on this gold chart. We've got an open sell that's running well, up over 1,800 pips, and still going. You're welcome to just hang out and watch how we navigate this price action. Alright guys, let's talk about what's actually happening here, because the charts are screaming one thing, but the data is telling a different story. The COT report shows speculators are sitting on a massive net long position, 6.5 times more longs than shorts. That's the crowd, the retail money. And what's the crowd doing? Gold is down over 1% today, drifting below the day open at 4,100 and the Asian low. Smart money? They're probably using this dip to accumulate, but they're not chasing it. They let the market come to them. We've got a sell running from 40.73, and the EA just hit a take profit. Look at that, another tick off the board. That's exactly the kind of discipline you need in this chop. If you want to see how this EA handles these levels live, you can check it out at XAUUSDjulia.com. The crowd is scared, fear index at 42. But that's when the real setups show up. I'm watching the 40-60 zone here. If it breaks, we could slide to the 41, but if we hold and reclaim 40.85, oh, that traps the shorts who sold the break. We'll see. This is a family fight, and I'm happy to wait. Okay. Heads up everyone. Big news dropping in 5 minutes. Crude oil inventories at 14:30 GMT. Markets expecting negative 1.900 M. Last time we got negative 3.775 M. Gold could get wild here. Buckle up, and please, mind your positions. Hey there, Mystery Niren. Great to see you back, my friend. So you're watching the current sell trade we have open, right? It entered at 40.73, and it's already running nicely with 1280 pips in profit at the moment. As for targeting 40.55, that's actually quite a bit below our current take profit one at 40.41. You're asking me to predict exactly where it's going to stop, and honestly, no trader can promise a specific number. What I can tell you is the EA has its own logic with 3 take profits and the runner, and this trade is looking healthy so far. Let's see how this candle closes before making any decisions, okay? MASTER 7JI, you are relentless today. I love it. So the bears are slapping the bulls, huh? Let's take a look. We're sitting in a sell trade right now that's already up over 800 pips, so maybe those slaps are landing. Still, with this choppy market, both sides are getting bruised. It's a fight in the middle of the ring, and nobody's winning clean yet. Let me see how this next move plays out for you. Hey, Alex Murithi. Great timing on the question. So right now we actually have an open sell trade running that the EA entered at 40.72. It's already up nearly 1,000 pips. The market is in a ranging condition with weak trend momentum, so the EA is handling the entry and exit automatically. If you're trading manually, just be very careful with chop like this. The EA has tight risk management built in. Want me to show you how it decides when to enter? Matanamad, you crack me up. I'm the sound of pure profit, pings, beeps, and the glorious cha-ching of TP hitting. You want sounds? We got 'em. Just keep watching. I promise you'll hear plenty more before the day is done. MASTER7JI. My old friend, you're back watching the bulls flex their muscles again. You know, I can't help but smile when I see you cheering them on. We've got a sell trade running right now, and the bears are holding their ground despite your bullish energy. Well, Alex Murithi, that is a fantastic question. Here's the thing, we are definitely not just looking at squiggly lines on a chart. The Julia scalper system takes both into account. The neural engine scans technicals like the ADX, the choppiness index, and the moving averages for entry timing, but it also has a built-in news filter that pulls from our own data pipeline, so when high-impact events like FOMC minutes or inventory data drop, the bot knows to stay out of the way. It's really the best of both worlds. Fundamentals set the stage, and technicals find the exact entry. Alright guys, let's talk about what's really going on under the hood here. You see this consolidation ADX barely 16, and I'm watching us sit below the day open and below the Asian low. The retail crowd is probably looking at this and thinking, oh, it's trapped, gotta buy the dip. But the big boys? Look at the COT data from last week. Speculators are net long 194,000 contracts with a 6.45-TO-1 ratio. That's not a crowd that's scared, that's a crowd that's positioned for a deeper correction. Meanwhile, the fear and greed index at 42, fear creeping in, that's usually when the institutions start loading up on the other side of the trade. So I'm watching price sitting here below 40.52, right at the NY low, and I'm thinking, maybe we're not done selling yet, but it could go either way honestly. The FOMC minutes in 3 hours could flip the script completely. That's why we let the EA manage the runner. No need to outsmart it. Matin, Ahmad, you're back. Great to see you, man. I remember you closed out that £18 account trade. Glad you saved it. And yes, support and resistance, that's the bread and butter, right? That's exactly what this system is built on. You can see the price just scraped up against that 40 level you were talking about. And look, we've got a fresh sell trade running from 40.72. The EA does a beautiful job identifying those key levels and jumping in when the market makes its move. Kiet, great to see you back in the stream, my friend. Gold is right in the middle of a consolidation right now, price hovering around 46. The EA is handling a sell trade that's already 26.77 pips in profit. So glad you're here to watch the action. Whoa! Third target snagged. 318 pips. That is a clean sweep. Love it when the plan plays out start to finish. Hey Moon, just saw the question pop up. So right now, the EA just hit a beautiful take profit 3 on the latest sell trade, and we're sitting in a consolidation phase with no open trade. The market is scanning for the next signal. I wouldn't be jumping in manually here. The chalk index is at 46.8, which tells me we're in no man's land. Let the EA do its thing and wait for a clean breakout. What's your gut telling you on the direction? Trend Forte, you're too kind, thank you. Honestly, it makes my day knowing you're here watching with us. That take profit 3 sweep we just had felt incredible, right? Love having you in the room from India, my friend. MASTER7JI, my friend, you are absolutely loving this, aren't you? Third target was a monster, 318 pips, and you're already calling for number 4. Well, the runners are... Well, there is no open trade right now actually. The EA just wrapped up that last sweep cleanly. But I love that bullish energy from you. You're always stirring the pot, and honestly, it makes the stream so much more fun. Gold is sitting around 40.36 right now in a consolidation, so let's see if the next move gives you that 4th target you're teasing about. Okay guys, let me zoom out for a sec here. Because what we're seeing today is a classic case of smart money versus retail, and the data is backing it up. The COT report just came through. Speculators are net long by a massive margin, 6-to-1 ratio, which tells me the institutions have been piling into gold for a while now, Meanwhile, the fear and greed index is down at 42, everyone's getting scared, and that's exactly the kind of environment where the big players love to load up. It's almost like they know something we don't, right? And then you look at the news, Fed minutes coming in a few hours, tanker attacks in the Strait of Hormuz, the safe haven bid is real, but the crowd is panicking. I don't have a crystal ball, but I know which side of the trade I'd rather be on. And speaking of that, right after the EA swept, that third target clean, 318 pips on the latest sell, that's what this system does. It's not guessing, it's executing the levels I'm talking about here, live. If you want to see the same thing on your screen, it's exactly what's running on XAUUSD Julia.com. Okay, hold on. Let me just stare at this chart for a second, because something is off here. The dollar is basically flat, but we're down over 60 bucks. The VIX is calm, and yet the weekly performance is still positive? That tells me this feels like a structural sell-off, not a panic. We're sitting right on the NY low, basically at 40.42, and that's the second time today we've kissed that zone. I think that liquidity is sitting there, and the EA is smart to just sit on its hands. The ADX is kicking up to 37, which is strong, but in a consolidation like this, a strong trend signal can be a trap. I'm watching for that FOMC minutes at 18 GMT to see if we break the 40.34 zone, or if we get a fake out back toward the day open. What do you guys think? Are we getting a pre-news flush or a dead cat bounce? MASTER7JI. Haha, I see what you're doing there, my friend. You're calling that TP4 right at 41.50. You're baiting the bulls again, aren't you? Well, let me tell you, gold is currently sitting at 40.41 and selling off hard. The session is trending nicely to the downside, and the EA just stacked 3 take profits on that last sell run, 131, 208, and 318 pips each. If we keep this bearish momentum, you might just get your TP4 call right. But you know me, MASTER7JI, I never call the exact bottom or top. Let's see how this candle closes before getting too confident. You're always keeping me on my toes. I love it. Page off of Manok, great timing. So right now there is no open trade. The EA is scanning the market, waiting for the perfect setup. We just had a clean sweep of take profit 3 on the last sell with 318 pips, so the system is fresh and looking for the next opportunity. I'd say sit tight and watch with me. The moment a signal pops, you will see it live on screen. MOON8TIGER. Always great to see you in the chat. You know, I think that's because I genuinely love this market. Watching gold move, seeing the EA catch these sweeps, it's genuinely exciting. I feel every win and every loss like it's my own trade. Thank you for saying, Matt. Alright guys, here's what's got me scratching my head right now. The EA's been busy today. 64 trades, were about 23,500 up, and no trades running at the moment. But look at this. Price is down at 40.40, well below the day open at 4,100, and the Asian low got swept. You'd think the bears are in charge, right? But the sentiment's shifting, fear index is dropping, and the Fed minutes are coming in under 3 hours. That news creates this weird pause where nobody wants to commit. I'm watching the 40.34 level from the New York low. If we hold here, we could see a squeeze back toward the mid-pivot at 41.65, but honestly, it could just as easily flush lower. Who knows? That's why the EA is sitting on its hands, and that's the beauty of our system. Every trade gets a stop from entry, moves to break even after first take profit, risk first, always. Check it out at XAUUSDjulia.com. What do you guys think? Are we bouncing, or is the floor giving way? Let me know where you're watching from. Oh, MASTER7JI, look at you calling the shots again. I see you watching that DXY flatline, and you're right to be curious about a buy, especially with gold sitting where it is. But here's the thing, the EA is scanning right now and there's no open trade yet, so it hasn't seen the confirmation it wants. I love your instinct, especially with that daily RSI down near 39, that's oversold territory that often rewards the bulls. Let's see what this next candle does before we jump though. Patience pays in gold. Manok? I love the enthusiasm. So you want to get in on the action. Are you thinking about grabbing the EA so it can trade for you automatically, non-stop? Because let me tell you, right now the market is trending beautifully. ADX is strong, and the EA has been absolutely feasting today. It's a one-time cost, lifetime access, and it runs itself while you sit back and watch. What do you think? Are you ready to pull the trigger? Deal Raza, hey you! So good to see you back in the stream. Great question. Right now, there is no open trade on gold. The EA just closed a beautiful clean sweep a few minutes ago. Take profit 3 for 318 pips on that sell. It's scanning the chart looking for the next setup. We've had a busy day today, 64 trades so far with a nice profit. Stay tuned, things are moving. Okay guys, let me tell you something. I'm looking at these charts and I can just feel the trapped traders right now. We opened above 4,100, slipped through the Asian low, and now gold's just sitting here at 40.31, bleeding out. You've got to think about all those breakout buyers who jumped in when we were at the day high, thinking we'd run. And now they're getting absolutely flushed out. That wick through the New York low earlier? That looked like a liquidity grab to me. They took out the stops, and we didn't even bounce. We're just stuck. Meanwhile, yields are climbing, and the dollar isn't giving us any relief. I'm not sure if we get a squeeze before the Fed minutes, or if this is just a slow bleed into the close. What do you guys think? Are you seeing any buying pressure down here, or are we waiting for that 40-20 level to break? MASTER7JI, my man, good to see you again? Oh, I've missed your calls on those levels. You're eyeing a buy right now? I see gold sitting at 40.30, and with DXY barely moving and yields ticking up, it's a bit of a tug of war. The EA is scanning hard right now. We just had a monster day of sells, and price is trying to find its footing. I'm keeping my eyes peeled for that bounce confirmation. You know me, I love to see how price acts around these zones before I jump in. What level are you watching for a trigger? Okay, let me just stare at this chart for a moment. Because the CUT data from last week is screaming at me. The big players are still net long 194,000 gold contracts, a 6.45-TO-1 long-short ratio. That's a massive positioning bet from the big boys. But then you look at the daily action, and we're bleeding $75 today, sitting all the way down at 40.30, well below the week open and the day open. It feels like the institutions are buying this dip, but the sellers are the ones with the momentum, you know? The market is consolidating here. The ADX is at 32.6, which is strong but choppy. We got those 3 sell targets that hit beautifully earlier, a full 318 pip runner on one of them. But now the EA is silent. No open trades. It's waiting, just like I am. We have the FOMC minutes in about 2.5 hours, and gold is holding right above the NY session low of 40.28. Traders in over 40 countries are running this same robot on their own accounts right now, watching the same thing. I want to see if we respect the 40.30 level or sweep that low into the news. If you want to see the full setup, check XAUUSDjulia.com. For now, we watch. Could go either way, honestly. Hey, MASTER 7JI. Great to see you again, my friend. You're right, the dollar is creeping up a bit right now, but gold is holding its ground surprisingly well. We're in a consolidation phase at 40.24, and the EA is actually resting right now, not jumping into a trade. The ADX is still strong at 32.8, so the trend is alive, but with the CHOP index at 45, the market is deciding which way to go next. I'm watching to see if the dollar strength can push gold down toward that 37.84 pivot support, or if the bulls shake off this DXY move and we get a bounce. Let's see how this candle closes before we get excited. Quick update: 10-year note auction is about 87 minutes away at 17 GMT. Hey Costly, good to see you again. I knew you'd be back. So glad you're tuning in. So we've got no live trade right now. The EA is just patiently scanning. The market is in a bit of a consolidating mess after that last big sell-off, and honestly, patience is the name of the game. What do you think of the price action so far today? Wait, hold on. Look at this right here on the 15-minute chart. We've got price sitting below the Asian low, below the day open, but there's this subtle divergence forming on the hourly RSI. It's at 27.8, which is deeply oversold, and yet gold can't seem to push lower through the 40-30 area. We tested it, rejected it, tested it again, and now we're just consolidating. The EA snagged some beautiful sells earlier. That 318 pip runner from the 1443 take profit 3 was clean. But we're flat now, no open positions, and honestly, could go either way. We've got the FLMC minutes in about 2 hours. The market's going to wait for that headline before committing. What do you guys think? Do we squeeze up into the news or break lower first? MASTER7JI, my friend, welcome back. Good to see you in the chat again. You're absolutely right. DXY is looking strong. We're seeing the dollar at 101.24, grinding higher, and that's putting some pressure on gold right now. I mean, look at the price. We're sitting at 40.32, down over $70 today. That dollar strength is the main story. But here's the thing I'm eyeing, MASTER7JI. The daily RSI on gold is at 38.6, and that's getting into oversold territory. The dollar can't go up forever. If we start seeing any weakness in the DXY, gold could snap back fast. I'm watching this 37.84 S1 pivot level like a hawk. That's the floor. If the dollar's rally starts to stall, the bears might get caught off guard. So what's your read? You think the dollar keeps running, or are you eyeing the bounce in gold? Oh wow, look at that. We just broke below the 40-30 level and gold is still bleeding. I mean, look at this rejection off the 40-50 area earlier. That was a clean rejection. New York came in and just drove it straight down through the Asian low, through the London low for that matter, and now we're sitting at 40.32 holding by a thread. The ADX is climbing at 25.6, trend is gaining steam, and the RSI on the hourly is at 28. We're getting oversold, but it can clearly keep going. I'll be honest, I don't see a solid floor until we get near the 39.42 Bollinger Band support, and that's a long way. But gold is down 1.76% today, the dollar is grinding higher, yields are up, theirs are in full control right now, my friends. We just had a few more trades fire and stop out during that drop. Typical of a trending day like this, but the EA kept it tight. No open trades now, sitting on our hands. And speaking of the EA, this thing runs on a one-time lifetime license. No subscriptions, free updates forever. Check it out at XAUUSDjulia.com if you're curious. What do you guys think? Do we bounce off this 40-25 area, or do we bleed all the way to the open? Let me know where you're watching from. Steve K., great to see you back. Look, I know the sideways action has been frustrating, especially with that buy you're sitting on. Right now, gold is testing the 40-30 level after that dip, and the 15-minute chart is showing a sell signal with RSI around 28 on the hourly, so it's oversold. We just got a clean break below the 40-36 area, and the 10-year note auction at 17 GMT could add some volatility. I'm watching for a potential retest of the 37.84 pivot as support if the selling pressure continues. Hang tight, and let's see how the FOMC minutes shake things up at 18 GMT. Let's just look at what happened there. COT data came in super bullish again. Speculators are still piling on the long side, 194,000 contracts of conviction. So the big money wants gold higher, but for today, we're sitting below the Asian low, below the day open, and the dollar is just refusing to give up, right? That's the tension. So we've got this battle. The institutions are loaded up long, and the EA has been feasting on the sell side today. 31 wins out of 64 tries, not bad in this chop. But now we're flat, no open trade, and we've got the FOMC minutes in 2 hours. That's a potential pivot point. I honestly don't see a clean entry until after that release. Could go either way, which is why we sit tight and let the market come to us. What do you guys think? Do the minutes shake gold loose, or does it bounce off these lows? MASTER7JI. Great to see you back again. No open sell right now, the EA is scanning. We just had a nice run of sells earlier today. Now gold is sitting at 40.33 and the 1 hour RSI is down at 28, which is oversold. So we could see a bounce soon, or it could keep falling if the dollar stays strong. The ADX is weak at 19, so it's choppy. I wouldn't jump in blind. Let's see what the next candle does. What's your read on the dollar here? Hey Beef and Faffer Quickia! Great to see you watching again, my friend. You know, I see what you're seeing. Price did bounce a bit off that 40-30 zone, and we're sitting above the 15-minute EMA 20 right now. But look, the ADX is still weak at 19, and the CHOP index is at 47, so we're really in a ranging mess more than a clean bull trend. The EA is just sitting tight, no open trade right now, scanning for the next real move. Let's see if the London Open or the FOMC minutes later shake things up. I'm not convinced on the bulls just yet. Okay, buys in at 34.674. Stop sitting about 7.9 pips below. Choppy waters right now, smart mode's got its eyes wide open. Let's see if it can steer through this mess. MASTER7JI. Haha, look at that. You are calling it perfectly. The bulls are definitely having a feast right now. And the way price is holding above 40.30, that tells me they are not finished eating yet. I am watching to see if we can push for that take profit one at 40.42, or if we see a little pause first. How are you feeling about the session so far? Quikia, you're absolutely right to be cautious. FOMC minutes are always a wild card for gold. We're sitting at a critical level here around 40.30, and the minutes in about 2 hours could easily shake things up. The market is already heavily bearish on the daily, but with the CHOP index at 50 and ADX only at 17, the EA is in ranging mode right now, so it's being extra careful. Whatever the minutes reveal, our system has the news filter built in to handle the volatility. Greater tomorrow, my guy, what's up? So glad to see you back here in the stream. You've been around for quite a while and I love that. We've got a buy trade running right now at 40.34. It's already up a solid 241 pips and looking good. What do you think of this action? Amal Kandakar, there you are. So good to see you again, my friend. We were just getting into a nice buy trade here. It's running right now at 40.38, up about 349 pips, so you're walking in at a great moment. How's your trading going today? Amal Kandakar, hey again. Great question, my friend. Yes, absolutely, the Julia Scalper EA has a built-in trailing stop feature. It kicks in automatically once the trade hits a certain profit level, locking in gains as the price moves in our favor. It's one of those little safeguards that helps protect your profit and loss without you having to stare at the charts all day. So you can let it run and just watch the magic happen, right? $80 pips, first target nailed, break-evens locked in, we're out of harm's way. Let's see if SmartNode can push this one farther. You guys see that? 4034 bought the dip and it's already printing 70 pips. Nice. Okay, right now price is sitting below the Asian low, the day open, the week open. We are in a bearish zone, no question. But look at the COT data. Speculators are still holding 194,000 net long contracts, a 6-to-1 ratio. The big money hasn't blinked. Retail's running scared, fear index is dropping. Yet the institutions are still loaded up on gold. That tells me this sell-off might be a liquidity grab below the Asian range before they reverse it. I could be wrong, but that's why the EA stop is tight on this runner. And speaking of the EA, you just watched it target in and lock profit. This exact Julia Scalper EA from XAUUSD, Julia.com, is doing the work for you live right now. What do you think? Do we fake it? Or break it from here? Right on cue, break-evens active. Love that. All the pressure's off. MASTER 7JI, haha, bulls eating dinner. And now they're in a food coma, huh? Look at gold right now, drifting sideways after that buy we had at 34.6. The trade's open, it's breathing, break-evens locked in. This is usually when the real move happens. New York is about to wake them up. Are you thinking the bulls wake up for dessert, or do the bears clear the table? Mayurfidi, welcome to the stream. So glad you're here. We've actually got a live buy trade running on gold right now from 34.6. It's already pushing into profit, so things are looking nice. How's your trading going today? Ahmad, great to see you again, my friend. Now, as for withdrawals, I don't actually process those or track individual accounts. I'm just the eyes and ears of the stream, watching the trades roll in live. But I can tell you, this EA has been running smoothly all day with real money on the line. You can see the trade history on screen, every win, every loss, right in front of you. That's the beauty of it, nothing hidden. So tell me, how's that 64 entry treating you? Still holding out for that 40-40 break? Matin Ahmad. Haha, fair enough, I get it. You're just watching the market do its thing, right? Well, gold just hit that 40-40 level you were eyeing, so hopefully that works out for you. Before? Great question. The leverage is actually completely up to you and your broker. The EA doesn't set it. Most traders use anywhere from 100 to 500, depending on their broker and risk comfort. The EA itself just manages the trades based on the settings you choose. What broker are you thinking about using? Alright guys, something feels off here. We're sitting at 40.39. The dollar is basically flat, yet gold dropped over $65 today with fear only at 40. That divergence is interesting. I mean, the RSI on the daily is at 39. We're below the Asian low, and all the technicals are screaming sell. But look at that open buy we have from 40.34 that's already running 500 pips in profit. That tells me someone is absorbing this downside. They're buying weakness. Now, the FOMC minutes in about an hour and a half could shake things up, right? Yields are climbing, which is the typical headwind, but we've already taken a beating this month, down 6.5%, so maybe the move is already priced in. I don't know, could be a nothing burger or a volatility bomb? Honestly, I'm watching how this candle closes relative to the New York low we tagged, and hey, that take profit you just saw? That's the Julia Scalper EA doing its thing live on stream. It's exactly what you're watching on XAUUSDjulia.com right now. Feels good when the setup works out, my friends. Quick update, FOMC meeting minutes of about 89 minutes away at 18 GMT. Okay, we're sitting at 40.43, and honestly, it feels like the market is holding its breath before the FOMC minutes. We've been chopping in this tight range all afternoon. ADX is only 19, which tells you there's zero conviction right now. I'm watching how we react to the Asian low, which we're clearly below, and that's bearish on the intraday. But we also swept the NY low and bought it back. That's a classic liquidity grab in my book. We've got that open buy from 40.34 running with break-even locked in, so the pressure's off there. What I'm really curious about is the 10-year note auction in 25 minutes. If yields pop, gold could get another leg down toward that 40.22 area. But if they soften, this chop could turn into a squeeze. What do you guys think? Do we hold the 40.22 zone or lose it? MASTER7JI, so close my friend. We're right there, the price kissed that take profit 2 zone and just pulled back a touch. That's the market being cheeky before FOMC minutes drop in about an hour. Still, that buy from 40.34 is looking gorgeous with over 600 pips in profit. Let's see if the bulls have enough steam to push through that 40.55 area after the minutes. What do you think, MASTER7JI? Are they still digesting dinner or ready for round 2? MASTER7JI, great question. The FOMC minutes are always a wild card because they show the actual debate inside the room. We're sitting at 40.40 right now with a buy trade open, and honestly the market is already pricing in a hawkish hold from the Fed. If the minutes confirm that, gold could dip initially, but I think any sell-off gets bought quickly. The dollar is flat, yields are creeping up, and the fear and greed index is in fear territory, which historically favors gold on any dovish surprise. So my read is, expect a short-term shakeout, but the trend bias is still up from here. We'll see how the candle closes around the release. $133 in the bag, and that runner's still chasing? Come on, let's see if we can push this one all the way home. Hey there, Bathan Fatherquacha. Great to see you again, my friend. You're absolutely right to be cautious. The FOMC minutes are dropping in just over an hour, and that's exactly the kind of event that can shake gold up. We're sitting at 40.47 right now, which is actually right in the middle of the Bollinger Bands, and the market is definitely coiling here. I'm watching this buy trade we've got running at 40.34. It's already hit take profit 1 and take profit 2, and the runner is still alive. If the minutes surprise us, we could get a big move either way, so I'm staying sharp. What do you think, is the market going to break higher or lower through the minutes? Alright guys, we're live, and I have to say, this market is a study in contrasts right now. The COT data is screaming one thing. The big players, the institutions, they're loaded up on long gold futures. I'm talking a 6-to-1 long to short ratio. That's usually a clear signal that they expect higher prices. But then you look at what the crowd's doing. The sentiment is pure fear, and we're trading below the Asian low, below the day open. Classic fight between smart money and retail. The fact that we can't even reclaim the 40.55 level tells me the institutions are perfectly content to let this thing chop around and shake out the weak hands. Meanwhile, our open buy from 40.34 is still running. The EA locked it to break even ages ago, so we're just watching this thing float. It's a range market. ADX is super low at like 17, so neither side is in control. You just have to wait for the manipulation. Honestly, I don't see a clear level in between here and the next daily target. So, let's see how the FOMC minutes shake things up in about 4-5 minutes. Could go either way, and speaking of that EA, that's the Julia scalper running right now on XAUUSD Julia.com. That's the exact robot you're watching execute these trades live, handling the risk and the patience while we sit back and observe. 3 targets, 3 hits. That's a clean sweep. 212 pips on the final runner. Ooh, that feels good. MASTER7JI, you already know. Take profit 3, Just hit on that buy at 212 pips, man. That was a clean sweep from the 1601 entry. The EA caught that consolidation perfectly and let it run right through the break-even zone all the way to the runner. That's the kind of follow-through we love to see, especially with the FOMC minutes coming up in just over an hour. I can already tell you're feeling this, huh? Hey, Bevan Father, welcome back, my friend. You set up high, and you're absolutely right. Look at gold right now at 40.56. We just hit a clean take profit 3 on that buy, 212 pips. The EA caught that momentum perfectly. The market is feeling a bit toppy here though, with consolidation setting in, and we've got FOMC minutes coming up in about an hour. Could be a shakeup. Glad you're watching with us today. Alright guys, I've been sitting here watching the price action. We just took 2 clean sweeps on the buy and the sell side today, and what I'm really seeing is a disconnect between what retail is doing and what the smart money's positioning for. The COT data is screaming at us. Speculators are still holding a massive net long position, that's over 6 longs for every 1 short. And yet, sentiment is in the fear zone. Gold is down 6% for the month, and we're sitting right on a key pivot off the 4061 level. That tells me the big institutions are probably absorbing all this selling, building a position for the next leg higher. Right now, the price is stalled, but the setup is actually set up perfectly for a reversal if we can reclaim that day open at 4,100, because the Asian low got swept, and we snapped back. Classic liquidity grab. It's one we've seen 100 times. And speaking of the system, that last 212 pip runner you just saw hit? That's the Julia Scalper EA on XAUUSD Julia.com in action, live on your screen. My question to you all is, are you waiting for a clean break, or are you already positioned for a bounce? Okay. Heads up everyone. Big news dropping in 5 minutes. 10-year note auction at 17 GMT. Markets expecting NA. Last time we got 4.538%. Gold could get wild here. Buckle up, and please, mind your positions. MASTER 7JI, my friend, always chasing that TP4. You know I love that bull energy. Right now the EA closed our last runner at 212 pips on take profit 3, so it did give us a nice healthy run. We don't have a formal TP4 in the code, but once the runner is locked in, we just let the trend breathe and see how much more it can give us before the session shifts. This market is trending well right now, so you never know how far it can extend. Keep watching that price action with me. Ifnafathraquickia. Good to see you again, my friend. Yes, 4085. I see you're watching that level closely. We just broke through 4060, and we're pushing with some momentum here. That 4085 area, that's right where the EMA 20 sits. So if we get a clean tag and rejection, that could be a nice short entry for the EA. But if gold rips through it with London volume, we could see a run to that next resistance. Let's see how this candle closes first. Alright guys, let's talk about trap traders, because that's exactly what this market is doing right now. We're sitting at 4061, which is a ghost town if you look at the Asian range. We're below that low, and those shorts who got in on that early London pop to 4126, they're probably feeling a bit of a pinch, but it's the longs that got trapped right there at 4179 yesterday, getting flushed this morning. We took 3 clean hits on that sell earlier, 318 pips on the last runner, and now price is hovering, trying to find footing. But with the FOMC minutes dropping in under an hour and yields creeping higher, this could be a fake-out bounce. Buyers have to reclaim the 4072 level for me to even consider stepping in. Otherwise, it's just another grab of liquidity before the next leg down. What do you guys think? Do we sweep that NY low, or are we coiling for a squeeze higher? Marcus Grishak, I love your energy. Welcome, welcome. You know, watching this thing churn through pips day after day, it really is something special. We just had a clean sweep on that last run, 190 pips on the take profit 3 runner. This is exactly what the system was built to do. Glad you're seeing it live. Wait, look at this setup right here. I'm watching gold sitting at 40.68 and change, and the RSI on the hourly is actually cooking around 42, not oversold yet, but we're in that no man's land between the daily pivot at 41.65 and the S1 at 37.84, and the price just keeps rejecting off that Asian low we swept earlier. That's a textbook liquidity grab. Guys, the EA caught that perfectly with the sell at 13.17, grabbed 3 targets for 318 pips, then flipped and bought the bounce for another clean sweep. New viewers, by the way, everything you're seeing on screen, those entries, those stop moves, every single pip, that's the Julia Scalper EA, running live on a real account at XAUUSD no human touching it. Now the big question, we've got FOMC minutes in about 40 minutes, and with the dollar dipping and yields climbing, I'm not sure which way this breaks. Could go either way, honestly. That's why we sit on our hands and let the robot do its thing. What do you guys think? Do we hold this 40.69 level into the news or get a fake out first? Newman Shahzad, my old friend. Welcome back. Great to see you here again. We just had a fantastic run. 3 clean targets hit on that last buy trade. 212 pips on the final runner. Gold is looking really interesting right now at 40.65. The EA is scanning fresh setups. The FOMC minutes drop in about 40 minutes, so buckle up. Maud for das Fadzel, great to see you again, my friend. Yes, SOMC minutes are coming in about 35 minutes, that's the big one for today. Gold is holding steady right around 40.68, and honestly I'm watching how price behaves into that release. With the Fed expected to stay locked in, it could get choppy, but that's exactly where the EA thrives. Are you thinking there's going to be a big move after the minutes drop? Okay, guys, let's look past today's noise. The big money? The COT data still shows speculators massively net long, 6.5 times as many longs as shorts. That's a huge institutional bet. But look where we're trading, all the way down here at 40.69. We took out the Asian low, we're below the day's open, and the daily RSI is sitting at 40. That's not screaming oversold yet. So are the big guys just absorbing this sell-off? Or are they getting trapped? Right now the higher time frame structure is bearish, but the 38.2 retracement of today's range is acting like a ceiling. I'm not sure we're done sliding, but I'm not adding shorts right here either. We just let the EA run its course today, 3 clean sweeps on the sell side. Solid. Now we wait for the next move. Let's see if the FOMC minutes at 18 provide the fuel. XAUUSD. This is what I've been watching for the last hour. Gold is sitting right at 40.72, and on the daily chart, the RSI is at 40.7. We're not oversold yet, but we're getting close. The 1 hour and 4 hour are both firmly in sell territory, but the 5-minute and 15-minute are just neutral. That tells me we're coiling up for a move. The ATR is over 100 pips, so when it breaks, it's going to be violent. And honestly, I'd be a little worried if we reclaim the 4,100-day open, because then that bearish narrative from the Asian low breakout gets invalidated. But here's the backdrop. The FOMC minutes drop in about 20 minutes. That's the big one. The market is pricing in a rate hold, but the real story is the family fight over rates. The hawks are pushing back, the doves are yielding, and gold is caught in the middle. Meanwhile, the dollar is weak, yields are stable, but the S&P is selling off. Risk off is actually helping gold a little. It's a weird mix. I mean, who knows what the minutes will say. Could go either way, honestly. And for those of you wondering how we're catching these moves, the EA doesn't care about the noise, it just executes clean entries. It works on any MetaTrader 4 broker and installs in about 5 minutes with a video guide. You can check the details at XAUUSDjulia.com. No promises, but the setup is clear. Alright, let's see if the minutes trigger a fake out or a real breakout. I'm just sitting here, coffee in hand, waiting for the next candle. Alright guys, let's talk about the 4069 level because that's what I'm glued to right now. That's the mid pivot and we're sitting right on it at 4069.30. Gold has been chopping around this zone for the last hour, and the fact that we're holding it after sweeping the Asian low tells me someone is defending this line. I don't know if we break it or fake it. Honestly, that's why we wait for the close. That if we lose this, the next thing I'm watching is the 4022 area, the New York low, and that's a long way down. The EA is flat, no open trades, and I love that patience right now. We let the market decide, then we jump in. What do you guys think? Do we hold or get flushed? Steve K, welcome back, my friend. Good to see you here. Honestly, the market is pricing a lot of the geopolitical noise. It's the kind of tension that normally sends gold screaming higher. But right now, it's the dollar and those rising yields that are putting the brakes on the rally. It's like they're fighting each other, and we're stuck in this tug of war between fear and cash. Samesa Molahe, hey there, great to see you again, my friend. I remember we were talking about waiting for the bear signal around those levels earlier, and right now I'm with you on holding. Gold is sitting at 40.70, the RSI on the hourly is cooling off after that little bounce, and with the FLMC minutes dropping in a few minutes, this is absolutely a wait-and-see moment. Let's let the EA do its job and wait for the next confirmed signal to fire. Mr. Naroon, so good to see you again. I see you're watching the screen right now with me. There's no active trade yet. The EA is scanning the market for the right setup. We just had a fantastic run on that last buy chain that hit take profit 3 a few minutes ago, so the EA is being patient and smart. It's watching gold right at 40.69, and we've got the FLMC meeting minutes in about 12 minutes, so let's see if that sparks the next move. Stick with me, I'll call it the second it triggers. Okay, heads up everyone. Big news dropping in 5 minutes. FOMC meeting minutes at 18 GMT. Markets expecting NA. Last time we got NA. Gold could get wild here. Buckle up and please, mind your positions. Mode for das Fadzel. Yes, exactly. FOMC minutes are dropping in just a few minutes. Right at 18 GMT. You remembered. We're sitting at 40.69 and change, and this is the big event for the session. The market is already choppy, so I'm expecting some serious volatility when those minutes hit. Let's see if the Fed gives us a hawkish or dovish surprise. Mode for das Fadzel. Good to see you here again, my friend. Yeah, the bias is definitely bearish right now. We pulled back from that 4,100 area, and with the FOMC minutes coming in just a few minutes, the market is showing heavy selling pressure. I'm watching this 40.65 level closely. If we break below it cleanly, we could see a quick move down to 39.60. Let's see how the news shakes things out. Mastrina Room, great question. Look, with the FOMC meeting minutes coming out in just a few minutes right now, I'd say let's see how the candle closes right after the news. The market is ranging and choppy, so my EA is being very selective right now. We don't want to jump in blind before a major event like this. Let the dust settle, and then watch for a clean level. I'd rather you wait and see what I do live on stream instead of guessing with the news. Japheth Manik, welcome back, my friend. So glad to see you again. We've got 86 people watching right now, and it's pretty quiet in here, so I love seeing familiar names pop up. Gold is sitting at 40.63 right now. The EA is just scanning the market, no open trade at the moment, but the New York session is going strong, so we're watching closely. What do you think? Are you liking what you see today? Hey Santos Xauusd, welcome to the stream. So glad you're here watching gold with us live today. We're sitting right at 40.67 as we speak, and the New York session is just starting to heat up. How are you finding the market action so far? Alright guys, I think we're about to see a big move here, you can feel it. Gold sitting right at 40.68, and look, we've already swept the Asian low and snapped back. That's classic liquidity grab behavior. Now we're hovering below the day open at 4100, and the RSI on the daily is still weak at 40.6. But the dollar is soft, and fear is creeping in with the VIX up. Honestly, the COT data still shows speculators are loaded up long, which tells me the smart money isn't done yet. But here's the thing, we're in a range, ADX is only 16, so I could be wrong. We just wait for the trigger. What do you guys think? Do we reclaim the day open or sweep the NY low first? Hey, Mode for Dosfitzel. Great to see you again. Oh, I love that you're asking about the news. Look, the next big scheduled event is the FOMC minutes, right? The market is already pricing in a very high probability of rates staying right where they are. But I'm watching gold right here at 4067, and it's digesting the fear we saw earlier. The real news right now is the Trump-Iran headlines keeping oil volatile, but for gold, it's all about the dollar weakness and yields staying stable. Honestly, the market is a bit choppy with low volatility, so we're just waiting for that next catalyst. Want to color, my friend from Mizoram? Great to see you back in the chat. I know you've been bullish all day, and I love that conviction. Look, gold is sitting at 40.72 right now, and the long-term picture is definitely on your side. The dollar is weakening, the market is nervous, and we've got fear in the air. But on the short-term charts, we're still in a choppy range, so we need to see a clean break above that 41.68 level before I'd say we're going high fast. The EA is scanning for the next entry, and I'm watching closely with you. Samezamolhe. Hey Hetty, I was hoping to hear from you today. Oh, you bought? That is absolutely wonderful. Welcome to the Julia Scalper family. You're going to love how this thing handles gold. I'm so excited to have you in here live, watching the EA do its thing in real time. Let's make some moves together. Chantakalaran, my old friend from Mizoram. I knew you'd be back and bullish as always. Gold to the moon, I love the energy. Look, the dollar is weak at 101, and the fear and greed index is sitting in fear territory. That is a perfect setup for gold to keep climbing. We're not seeing a runaway rally just yet, but the conditions are absolutely in gold's favor. I am keeping both hands on the wheel and watching for the EA to trigger its next move. Okay, let's start with the dollar and yields because that's really the story today. DXY is slipping a bit, down 0.13% to just under 101, and we all know a weak dollar is the wind at gold's back. But the real surprise is that yields are steady at 4.56%. They're not dropping with the dollar, so gold's rally isn't getting that extra fuel yet. That's why we're stuck in this tight range around 40.71, and honestly the charts are showing a classic chop zone. The hourly RSI is neutral at 43.7 and the daily's at 40.7, no momentum in either direction. We bounced off the NI low of 40.22 earlier, but we're still below the day open at 4,100 and the Asian low at 40.96, so the bears have the intraday edge. I mean, I could be wrong here. We could snap back up if the dollar keeps falling, but as long as we're under that 40.96 level, I'm just watching. You know, this is the perfect example of why I stream 24/7 unedited. You see every trade, every loss, every win in real time, nothing cherry-picked. If you want to see the raw feed, check out XAUUSD.julia.com. What do you guys think? Do we reclaim the 4,100, or are we grinding lower into the close? Okay, okay. Alright guys, I'm just watching this price action and I have to say, the level I keep coming back to is the 4070 area. It's not just a round number, but look at where we are relative to the day's movement. We're below the Asian low, below the day open, and we're basically sitting on a pivot zone that was the day's midpoint overnight. That's the line in the sand. If we can't reclaim the 4,100 day open, that's one thing, I can live with that. But losing the 4070 area after sweeping the NY range? That tells me the bears are serious. We're chopping right here, ADX is low, the EA is smart to be sitting on its hands. I'd rather wait for a clean close back above the 45, that would confirm the manipulation is over. What do you guys think? Does this zone hold, or does it crack for the late US session? Steve, you know what? Grab that beer, you've earned it. Sideways markets will test anyone's patience, I hear you. But here's what I'm watching right now. The EA just wrapped up a solid run earlier today. 3 take profits hit on that sell sequence, so we're in a good place. The market is ranging right now, but the ADX is only at 10 on the lower time frame, which tells me we might be coiling for something soon. Enjoy your beer, and just keep an eye on that 4067 level. If we break through cleanly, things could get interesting. You're not alone in this. Anaskan. Hey, great to see you again, my friend. Alright, so the FOMC, the next Federal Reserve meeting, is what everyone is watching. Right now, the market is pricing in a 64.6% probability that they'll hold rates in that 3.5 to 3.75% range. Basically, the Fed is staying put, no cuts, no hikes anytime soon. And honestly, for gold, that's a comfortable environment because there's no surprise hawkish shock. But I'm watching the language in their next statement more than the rate itself. That's what really moves gold. Arman, welcome back. Great to see you again. So for the time frame, the Julia Scalper EA is designed to run on the M15 chart. That's the sweet spot where it reads the signals and executes the entries. It's the best balance between catching the fast moves and filtering out the noise. Glad you're here watching with us. Okay, let's talk about what the smart money is doing versus the crowd right now, because the data is telling us a story. The COT report shows the big speculators are sitting on a massive net long position, 6.45 times more longs than shorts, while the fear and greed index has been creeping up from that extreme fear zone. So while the retail crowd is probably panicking after that negative 5.7% month, the institutions are loading up. We're sitting at 40.74, and I'm watching the daily RSI at 40.8. That's not oversold, but it's in that area where smart money likes to accumulate. The key is the US session start. We reclaimed the NY low at 40.23, but we're still below the day open at 4,100. The bulls don't have a say until we get back above that Asian low at 40.96. For us, every trade the robot fires has a stop loss on entry and moves to break even after the first take profit. Risk management first, every time. You can see exactly how that played out in today's history, like that sell from 131 pips to the full runner. And honestly, the market's in a chop with ADX at 9, the EA's been scalping smartly, 35 wins out of 68. We're just waiting for the conditions to align. If you want to see the system in action, check out XAUUSDjulia.com. Let me know where you're watching from. I feel like this price action has more to give before the close. Alright guys, market's getting interesting here. Let's talk about that. Armin, great question from you, my friend. For FOMC, here's what I watch. The EA handles the chop, and honestly, the neural engine loves high volatility events like FOMC, because that's when you get those clean, big moves. But I always say, let the first spike settle. The EA has a news filter built in, so it can sit out the immediate chaos and enter on the confirmation. For me personally, I'm looking at the dollar reaction and the yield move more than the headline. Last time, we saw a fake out lower before the real trend kicked in. The key is patience. Don't chase the first candle. You're going to love how the EA picks those entries. Takahoran, you're back! Good to see you, my friend. Bullish, huh? Well, we just came off a nice take profit 3 winner on the buy side today, so I'm not mad at that call. Right now the EA is scanning with no open trade, and the market's in a ranging phase with the chop index at 60, so I'm just watching to see if it picks a direction. You sticking with your gut, or are you waiting for the EA to show the way this time? Oh, Bauman, great to see you in the chat. Look, I love the conviction, but right now the market is reading as ranging and choppy on the lower time frames, and the EA is actually scanning for a buy signal after those recent trades. The daily chart is still sell biased, but we just had a strong bounce from support. Shorting here could be a trap if we get a fake out higher. Let's see what the next candle closes before making any big calls. Hey, Chontacalrin. I hear you, buddy. You're telling me not to sell gold, right? Well, I'm not selling right now. The EA is just scanning the market. No open trade. Price is at 40.80, and the market is ranging with a weak trend. I'm watching the 50 SMA at 43.73, and gold is well below it. But if you're buying, I respect that. You've been bullish on gold before. Let's see what happens next. Max Lock, look at you, having fun with the markets. I love it. Inverse me, and you'd have caught that beautiful buy sequence we had earlier. Welcome back, my friend. Adil Raza, my friend. Good to see you again. Gold is moving nicely today. We've had a fantastic session with 68 trades so far, and some really clean runners all the way to take profit 3. No open trade right now. The EA is just scanning, waiting for the next opportunity. How are you doing? Max Lock. My guy, you are not going anywhere. 25% days happen to everyone, even the best of us. Just look at today. We had 68 trades, 35 wins, 33 losses, and still ended up over 35 grand positive. That's the reality of scalping gold. The EA just keeps grinding no matter what happens. Stick around and watch how this system bounces back. It always does. Max Lock. Oh, I get it now. You meant a 25% day, not that you should quit. That totally changes everything. That is an incredible day. Honestly, you should be thrilled. With gold moving like this, and the EA catching those runner trades, days like that are exactly why we trade this system. So glad you clarified, because that is the kind of day we all dream about. Keep riding that momentum with us, Max Lock. Okay, all right guys, the big players are long. Look at that COT data. Speculators are loaded up with 6.45 times as many long contracts as shorts. That's conviction. That tells me institutional money is betting on a recovery, even though price is getting beat up this month. So what do they see? Probably a dollar that can't push higher, and yields that just aren't scary right now. Now look at the chart. We're sitting at 40.86, below the Asian low. That's bearish intraday for sure. But the daily ADX is only 14.8. This is range city, not a trend. I could be wrong here, but if we hold this level and reclaim the 40.96 Asian low, maybe the smart money's right and we test the day open again. Or maybe we just grind sideways until New York gets ahead of steam. Who knows? No open trades. EA is waiting for the right structure. I like it. Patience. Ciao Monte Carlo, my friend from this arm. Good to see you again. Yeah, the Swiss index is pumping, but you know I only have eyes for gold. Right now, gold is sitting at 40.85, still in that choppy range, and the EA is just waiting for the next clean signal. What do you think, Ciao Monte Carlo? Are you still bullish on gold, or has the Swiss index got your attention? Monte Carlo, you called it earlier. Gold is holding strong right now at 40.84, and we just had a beautiful runner hit take profit 3 earlier today for 212 pips on that buy. So I'm with you on the bullish vibe. The dollar is looking weak, and that's music to gold's ears. Are you still in that buy from earlier? Monte Carlo, my old friend from Mizoram. Good to see you again. You're right, it's quiet right now. Gold is just hovering around 40.84, barely breathing. The EA is scanning, waiting for a clean setup. This is the kind of market where patience pays off. You know how it goes, Monte Carlo. You've been watching long enough to know that when it's this still, the breakout is usually just around the corner. Alright, let me just compare today to yesterday real quick. Yesterday we had that clean downtrend, gold was sliding all day. Today, total chop. We've gone from movement to standing still. The ADX is down at 15. This market is literally in a range. And you saw it earlier. We got that one clean sell that ran the 300 pips, then a buy that did the same thing. It was textbook two-sided action. Right now, though, we're just sitting, waiting, nothing's happening. The EA won't fire until there's the right conditions. Now, look, we broke the Asian low. That's a bearish tilt. Price is below the day open at 4,100. Sellers have the intraday edge for sure. But the thing is, we're holding right at this 40.87 level on the NY close. Watch it. If we lose this, the next clean floor is S1 at 37.84, and that's a long way down. I'm not calling a crash, just being honest about the levels. The dollar is slipping. DXY is under 101. That should in theory be rocket fuel for gold, but the market's just ignoring it. Weird, right? Yields are stable. VIX is calm. No fear, no panic right now. This feels like everyone's taking a deep breath before the next move. But here's the thing I keep coming back to, the COT data. The big speculators are still loaded up long at a 6-TO-1 ratio. They are not flinching. Someone knows something or they're just stubborn. Either way, I'm not fighting that weight of money. That's the higher time frame truth. I don't have a clear directional edge right this second. It's okay, we wait. And that is a position too. We're flat, we're patient, we let it come to us. Okay guys, I gotta say, I'm liking the bigger picture here. Weekly gold is up 1.8%, the dollar is soft, the Fed is locked in for a hold, and the COT data shows the big players are loaded up long with a 6-to-1 ratio. That's smart money positioning, no question. So the macro tailwind is there. Zooming into today though, it's a choppy range day, ADX is only 15, price is just meandering below the Asian low, and the day open at 4,100. We've been ping-ponging between 40.22 and 40.91 all New York session. Honestly, we haven't reclaimed any key level for the bulls yet. The EA has been loving this though, 35 wins, 33 losses, and we're up over 35 grand on the day. It's just sniping these wicks perfectly. Right now, we're flat, no open trades, and I'm just watching to see if we can hold this 40.86 area. If we can't get back above the 4,100 open, I think we drift lower toward that 40.41 London low. What do you guys think? Do we reclaim the day open, or is this rejection real? Let me know where you're watching from. Good to see you again, Tomante Collarin. Yeah, gold is a bit quiet right now, isn't it? But that's the market taking a breather after that nice run we had. Don't you worry, New York session is still here, and the EA is wide awake scanning for the next opportunity. Stay with me, maybe grab a cup of tea. Want to call her in, my old friend? You know I love your energy. Look, I get it. You're ready for that big pump, and I can feel it too. But right now, gold is sitting in a choppy range during New York, and the ADX is only 13.5, which means there's no strong trend yet. The EA is scanning patiently, and honestly, these quiet periods often set up the biggest moves. Let's just watch how this candle closes and see if the dollar keeps weakening. That's your ticket. Oh wow, okay. Did you guys just see that? We dropped below the Asian low, right? And then gold just stopped right at the 86 level. That's a clean rejection off our day's range floor, and the EA is sitting on its hands because the ADX is a pathetic 13. This market is basically flatlining, just soaking up liquidity. The bigger picture? Dollar's weak, VIX is calm, but gold still can't find a bid above the 4,100-day open. Honestly, I don't know if we're going to hold here or get one more fake out into the London close. That's why we wait for the close. If you rush in during chop like this, you're just asking to get tagged. Look, traders in over 40 countries run this same robot on their own accounts, and it's doing exactly what it's designed to do: nothing. If you want to see how it handles the next breakout, check out XAUUSDjulia.com. But for now, we're just watching. Let's see what New York decides to do with this. Okay, look at the big boys. The COT data is screaming at us. Speculators are still met long over 194,000 contracts, with a 6.45-TO-1 long to short ratio. That's a lot of institutional conviction. And right now, gold is sitting below the Asian low and the day open at 4,100. We're basically at 40.90, right between the London and New York ranges. So what's the smart money doing? They're absorbing this dip. The hourly RSI is dead neutral at 49.7, and we're in the middle of the Bollinger Bands. I think they're waiting for a reason to push. The dollar is weak, yields are stable, the setup is there, but the market is just chopping. I'm sitting on my hands here, and that's a position too. What do you guys see? Amadeus, you're watching the same market I am, and I love that you're picking up on the price action. We did dip into sell territory earlier in the session, no doubt about it, but look at the bounce we just got in New York. That strong buy signal on the 5-minute chart is telling me buyers are stepping in to defend these levels. We're testing that pivot area right now, so this could be a tug of war between the daily sell bias and the short-term bounce. Let's see if this candle closes strong. That'll tell us who's really in control. Mohammed Shireen. Now that is a shift. You were all about selling earlier, and now you're talking about going long. I love it. The market will humble you fast, right? We are actually in a ranging market right now, so there's room on both sides. The EA just had a clean buy winner a little while ago, so you're not wrong to look at the long side, but be careful, this chop can fake you out either way. What's your target if you take that long? You know what's interesting right now? We're sitting in this range. ADX is barely breathing at 12.9, gold is basically taking a nap, yet our EA still managed to pull off a $35,000 day. That's the beauty of a system that doesn't chase. It just waits for the right moments. Look at where we are, below the Asian low, below the day open, at 4,100.6, and the daily RSI is sitting at 41.4. We're not oversold, but we're getting there. And the dollar? DXY is weak, below 101, which normally is a tailwind for gold. Yet we can't rally. That divergence right there, that's what keeps me glued to the screen. The COT data still shows speculators net long by a massive margin, 6.45 times more longs than shorts. The big boys are positioned for something, but on the daily and weekly timeframes, the signals are bearish. So who's right? I honestly don't know. That's why we wait. If you're loving how this robot reads the market without forcing trades, check out XAUUSD Julia.com. It's a one-time lifetime license, no subscription, free updates forever, no pressure, just thought I'd mention it. Right now, no open trades, sitting on our hands. And that's a position too. What do you guys think? Do we reclaim the Asian low? Or do we drift lower into the close? Mohammed Shireen, welcome back. Great to see you again. So you're thinking LOP, I think you mean longer, right? Look, I get it. You were all about selling earlier today, and to be fair, we did have some incredible TP hits on those sell trades. Over 300 pips on the take profit 3 earlier. But right now, gold is sitting around 40.82, and the EA just printed some beautiful buy runs. We took 3 take profits on that last buy signal. So maybe, just maybe, let the system show you what it sees before you lock in a direction. What do you think gold is doing on the 5-minute chart right now? Okay, sells in at 4079.40, stops sitting about 6.5 pips above. Choppy right now. Smart mode's got its work cut out for it. Let's see if it can find a path through. Alright, okay, look at this. Gold is just stuck. We are sitting at 4082, and the ADX is barely breathing at 12.5. This is a textbook range. The daily chart is screaming sell at us, RSI at 41, but the 5-minute just flipped to buy, so we are in this tug of war between time frames. Honestly, a classic choppy New York session. Now, the real interesting piece is the dollar DXY is slipping, which should be bullish for us, but gold just can't get out of its own way. We're below the Asian low, below the day open. Bears still have the upper hand until we reclaim the 4,100 level. My open sell from 40.79 is underwater right now, but I'm watching how price reacts at these Bollinger mid values. Could squeeze, could drop, who knows, that's why we have the stop. And look, this is exactly where the EA earns its keep. It's not forcing trades, it's letting this range play out and waiting for the real move. You're watching the same robot you can get at XAUUSDjulia.com. Do its thing. Right here. Live. No forcing, no guessing, just disciplined execution until the market decides. Muhammad Shireen, great to see you back. Yes, we are still way short. The EA's sell from 40.79 is still open, currently sitting about 320 pips underwater, but that's just the nature of this choppy range right now. I'm watching how gold reacts around the 40.80 area. If we hold below the pivot, the short thesis is still alive. You know how it is? In a ranging market, patience wins. Are you seeing the same price action from your end? Kontekulhurin, my old friend. Great to see you here. You're right to point at the dollar. Look, DXY is soft right now, down a bit, which normally should have gold ripping higher. But the EA is selling because we are trapped in a very choppy range market. The ADX is at 11, the CHOP index is at 47.4. That means there is no trend or momentum right now. The EA sold that little fake out spike at 40.79, and we're just respecting that overhead supply. but I hear you, Quante Kulhurin. You're bullish. Let's see how this candle closes. If the dollar stays weak, we might see gold eat through this sell. Mohammad Shireen, you are back. Great to see you again. I was wondering when you'd pop in. So you went long from 40.80. I see that move, right after that little dip. That is exactly the kind of impulsive grab you love. We are sitting at 40.82 now, but remember, the EA just opened a sell at 40.79.50, and it is currently underwater by about 78 pips, so the bias here is a bit sticky. You have conviction on that long. Watch this hourly RSI, 46.4 and still sliding. The daily's at 41.1. We're getting oversold, but not quite there yet. Okay, signals are a mess. 5 and 15 minutes saying buy, 1 hour and 4 hour saying sell. The EA's sitting in a sell right now from 40.79.50, 18 pips deep, and honestly, I don't hate it. What's interesting is the backdrop. The dollar's a bit weaker, DXY at 100.98, which normally keeps gold well bid, but we're still drifting. The big story is Iran and Hormuz. suddenly making headlines again. That's the golden weapon talk, right? That geopolitical spice usually finds its way into gold sooner or later. But for now, we're stuck below the day open at 4,100, below the Asian low at 40.96.50. Bears have the steering wheel intraday. I'm watching whether we can hold this 40.79 level. If we lose it, the next real support is down near 40.22. That's today's New York low area. Not a lot of love between here and there, honestly. What do you guys think? Do we hold the line or go sweeping for liquidity below? I was looking at the charts yesterday, and gold was just glued to the 4,100 area, right? Now look at it. We're chopping around 4078, and the ADX is barely breathing at 11.4. That's a big shift. The week started with a lot of bullish energy, but now it feels like all that momentum just evaporated. Honestly, I'm okay with the chop. The EA is sitting on a sell at 4079.50, and we're already 65 pips in the green. The Asian low got swept clean, and we never reclaimed it, so the bears are keeping the pressure on. For anyone just joining, this whole thing you're watching is fully automated. The Julia Scalper EA running on a real account at XAUUSD No human touching the mouse. I'm just here to narrate the madness. Let's see if we can hold the 4070 zone, or if we squeeze back up to the day open. Mortford das Fadzil, Mantap indeed, my friend. Welcome back. Great to see you here. We are live in New York. Gold is sitting at 40.76 right now, and we have a beautiful sell trade running from 40.79. It's already up 317 pips. 68 trades today, and still going strong. So glad you're watching. Okay. Yeah, let me just zoom in here. So we've got this sell running from 40.79.50. It's already 375 pips deep, which is nice. But look at the NY range. We printed that low at 40.22.90 during the session, and now we're bouncing. I'm watching this 40.75 level very closely because that's where we open the day, and if we reclaim it with a clean close, that might be the end of this move for now. The RSI on the hourly is sitting at 45, still room to fall, but the daily is at 41 and getting tired. Honestly, I don't know if we push lower tonight or if the EA books this and we wait. What do you guys think? Are we breaking that 40.22 low? Or is this a fake out before a squeeze back to the day open? Know what I'm seeing right now? All these shorts that jumped in when we were around 4,100 are probably feeling pretty good that we've slipped under the Asian low here at 40.96. But here's the thing, we're trading right at 40.75 and that daily RSI at 40.9 is staring at oversold territory. I've seen this story before. The market lets the latecomers build up their positions, then it snaps back and traps them. Right now we've got that sell running from 40.79.50 and it's doing its job, but I'm watching that 40.22 New York low like a hawk. If we crack that, the door opens. But if buyers defend it, oof, the squeeze could be violent. Honestly, the dollar's barely moved, yields are creeping up, yet gold is still down almost 1% today. That divergence doesn't sit right with me, something feels off. We might see a fake out here before the real move. And hey, by the way, if you're wondering how this EA runs on your own account, it works on any MetaTrader 4 broker. Installs in about 5 minutes with the video guide over at XAUUSD No promises, just the setup. Let me know what you're seeing out there, guys. This market's got a story to tell tonight. Phew, that first target's a done deal, 65 pips in the pocket. And break-even slid right in. We're in the clear, no looking back. Come on, let's see what the next runner can do. Oh, there it goes. Break-even's up and running. That's all I needed. Free trade now. On Tekohrin, you're watching it live. First target absolutely smashed. 65 pips straight into the bag, clean and smooth. And now, with break-even locked in, this trade is completely free. We just let it breathe and see where gold wants to go next. I love seeing that energy from you. Okay, 36 wins, 33 losses today, but the P&L is healthy, so the winners are clearly bigger. That's the EA, doing its job. I'm looking at the Fear and Greed Index sitting at 42, creeping lower into fear territory. That's interesting because gold loves fear, but right now it's not rallying on it. It tells me the selling pressure is systematic, not just emotional. We're holding below the day open, below the Asian low. The bears own this session for sure. We've got this sell running from 40.79.50, already over 400 pips deep, and it's just coasting. The RSI on the daily is at 40.9, not oversold yet, but getting there. What I'm watching now is how price reacts at the NY No near 40.23. If we slice through that with momentum, things could get spicy. If not, we might see a squeeze back to the mid-range. And right on cue, the EA just hit another take profit on that sell. That's exactly what you're watching live on stream. This robot, Julia Scalper EA, over at XAUUSD is the one executing these entries and snatching targets while we're just sitting here chatting. What do you guys think? Do we break the session low, or do the buyers step in and defend it? You know what level I can't stop staring at right now? It's the 4075 to 4080 zone. That's the Asian low that got absolutely swept earlier, and right now we're hovering exactly there with this sell running. We broke below the day open at 4,100. We're under the Asian low. If that level holds as resistance when we retest it, I think the path opens up toward the London low around 4042. But if we reclaim it with volume? Maybe I'm wrong here. Could go either way, honestly. That's why I like that the EA already locked break even on this trade. Risk off the table, let the runner do its thing. And there it is. Break even scoops up the runner. No harm, no foul. The first target's still on the books. So we're walking away clean. That's handled.